see all the way up to Haifa, and you can see all the way down to Tel Aviv. In Judea, you can stand in, you can see runway 22 Ben Gurion Airport. You can see into Ashkelon. You can see into all these different places. There is absolutely no way, not a hope in hell, that Judea and Samaria is given up for anything. And just something that's interesting as well, look at the UN resolution back in 1968, 768, after the 60 War. What was said? The language has been warped over years. They did not talk about territories. They talked about territory that might be used in a future peace deal. It doesn't mention what territory. It doesn't mention borders. It doesn't mention anything. Judea and Samaria is the heart of the state of Israel. It always will be the heart of the state of Israel. It's not going anywhere. And every day the Jewish population is growing there. And incidentally, the Arab population, the birth rates are dropping at an incredible rate. They're not having children.
Okay, so you're not just, this is not a cheesecake room. This is a river in the sea room. From the river to the sea, right? Is what we believe?
Absolutely, 100%. 100%, yes. Jordan is Palestine.
Do you understand how people hear that as genocidal when you see it as a full, when you
Usually it's genocide. It's finding anyone. Buttercup, it's in your head.
How would it be genocidal when 2 million of them live inside of Israel already? So like that just doesn't make any sense. If they want to live there, they can live there. But it's never gonna be a fucking Palestinian nation there. That's for sure.
What do you mean?
That's what he's saying.
You guys called me an anti-Semite when I presented a one-state solution. You called me an anti-Semite. I presented the same idea, one state.
Yeah, one Jewish state.
After World War II, USSR redrew the map. What used to be Poland is now Ukraine. They told Polish ethnic Polish people, this is now the Ukraine. If you want to leave, you can go to Poland. And they left, they went to Poland. Nobody called it a genocide. You can't reinvent a new meaning for a word. This is a relocation. It is not a genocide. Don't look at that. It happens after every war. After every war, ethnic groups move around. What is unique about this? Why is this ethnic group deserving special rights 80 years after the fact? There's no reason. There's no logic.
Whatever, I'm not going to harp on definitions here, whatever you call it. I'm not going to harp on definitions, okay? My point is that I presented...
What is the genocide about relocating?
Listen, I don't know if it's genocide or ethnic cleansing or war crimes. I don't know how to define it, okay? Because I'm not a lawyer, and all I can say...
But all of them are negative. Did you notice that all of them are negative and all of them are like...
Like I told you yesterday when we talked about this, I'm not calling it a genocide. I'm just convinced by Israeli experts who claim it is. But I don't know. I don't know.
So you don't know what the word means, right?
I'm not an international law expert, so I don't want to
But
stake a
you
claim.
speak English?
You
You speak a little English?
You don't need to be an expert on international law.
Have you ever heard the word before?
Listen, there's been debates among
Wait, I'm
international
asking
law
you. No,
experts.
I understand there's been debate. Don't run away from the question. Have you ever heard the word before?
Why are you patronizing me? That's rude.
I'm not patronizing
I've never
you.
heard the word
I'm
before.
trying to show you that you're smarter than you think you are. You have
Alright.
heard the word before, right?
Guys, I gotta jump off. I'm sorry, I'm in the car.
I don't blame you. If I were you, I would run away too as fast as I can. I'm sure. You're a Shonda, and I'm sure your parents feel this way.
She's an Ashanda!
I love you.
An Ashanda!
We don't work at home, so
She's an Ashanda!
maybe not like number. Or I don't know, auto.
No, swiftly she's lost. I think she's very confused and very misinformed. And just so you know, I mean, the Jewish values that we have, like the humanity and the morals, this is exactly why she's triggered about, like, you know, she doesn't live in Israel. So she gets triggered exactly by those emotions, but she's very misinformed like a lot of people. I don't think we need to hate her. We need to help her.
She has a. The scary part is there's a lot more Jews like that in America, just like her. Just like her.
Just like her.
Guys,
Yeah.
like it's a minute to say this. You have to correct words when people say words like that. I put it in the chat. If you all remember when Sharon sued Time Magazine for slanderous words about actions of the government or about his actions. then she said, I just listened to her say, well, I can use this word, that word, apartheid, genocide, that's included. Doesn't matter, I don't know what the words mean. She said, kind of like she doesn't understand how dangerous words are. That was my point.
Can a country fight for
words? Sorry, I gotta get off.
But I think it's a person, Sharon, but can a country file like a lawsuit for defamation?
They're looking into this now, actually. They're investigating this.
She has a really hard time with the proportionality of phenomena. It looks like her thinking is instinctual, primatological.
Yes, a person can get sued from another country for defamation. Macron, there was somebody in America that was talking shit about him and his wife, pretty much, and they threatened to sue the person. Yeah, and I looked it up, and I was like, wow, you can actually. Other countries can.
No, my question was, can a country? Yeah, a country gets sued.
I got another minute. They sued. I'm about to take off. They sued in Delaware. It's in the Delaware District Court right now. Macron's wife. But
Yeah,
absolutely.
but those are people, Abby. When you name a country, it's very different. But Abby,
Did you hear what I said?
Abby,
Just don't think about
Abby, you're talking about people.
I have a minute.
Yeah, but you're talking about people. You're talking about a country.
Country can also, they have a government. This is my point. When someone uses a word, and they just absolutely stop them and correct the term. Make her define the word. Make her sit there and read the definition. Like, that's, you just have to stop them that way. I'm sorry, it's noisy on the phone. Do you follow me?
Yes, definitely. Have a safe flight wherever you're flying to.
Thanks.
Abby,
Yeah.
check your WhatsApp. I just sent you a short clip. You gotta look.
I will. Well, I will. I'm going to do God's work, guys.
Have a drink for me on the flight.
Harry, look at the hockey season. I'm going to come to Florida. Let's go to a game.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'll definitely let you know. Right now, I'm excited about football starting.
I went yesterday to the Raiders game to 49ers. It's weird to start football this early. When directed to exit, George Thorogood played at halftime, which was very cool. The Raiders are going to suck again.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
All right, I'm going to get yelled at by some guys. I'll listen. But anyway,
Alright, Abby.
bye guys.
ביי. אני צריך לזהר שהיא פה. אני לא יודע שטויות, כי
Wow, I didn't know that.
היא יושבת על יושבי ראש הדירקטוריון של הארגון שלי. אני מציע, אם באטרקאפ בא בחזרה, צריך לדבר איתה רק בעברית.
אני לא יודע אם כולם פה מבינים את זה, אבל...
לא משנה, היא אומרת שהיא מדברת עברית, היא שוטרת.
היא מדברת, נראה, לא יודע אם שוטף, היה שהיא כן מדברת, פשוט יש לה מבטא מן הסתם אמריקאי כבד, שאינם מדבר מהראש.
היא מדברת חצי קלאץ' כזה.
היא לא ישראלית, שמע, אני לא יודע איפה המשפחה שלה והחברים שלה.
So,
was there ever a case of a country that filed a lawsuit for defamation? Did it exist? Does it exist? I don't think it makes sense, to be honest.
well, it looks like Israel is going to be suing the New York Times shortly.
Interesting. On behalf of who? Of the Israeli government? Of the GHF? On behalf of who? Who's fighting the lawsuit?
State of Israel.
Really?
It's very difficult though because it's a constitutional right for freedom of the press. So,
you know, it's one of those things where you got to have the money to fund the lawfare. In the case of like, you know, Hulk Hogan and other billionaires who fund these lawfare suits.
Israel has the money.
No, I know Israel has the money, but I mean, do the taxpayers of Israel want to fund these types of lawsuits? I doubt it.
We are funding the Gazan food, so I think if you ask me which one I prefer to fund, I will fund the lawsuits, and not just one. I would have a few lawsuits, and I think we should go into that space of lawsuits because they are doing this again, from the Hindri Job Foundation to like file. I think I think 100 hostages or like victims are suing UNRWA. I think.
Daniel, I think Stacy wants to come up and speak. Stacy, come.
Okay.
Invite her.
Can you? Do you guys just accept? Do you accept Buttercup as just being political? I mean, because that's what I have come to learn on Clubhouse is that all communication is political. So she is literally being her little mini politician when she comes in here and, you know, obfuscates and dodges, ducks, and creates, you know, her little drama, you know, segment. I mean, I think people are just being political, and that's her way of being political.
I think evolutionary psychology is a better way of looking at Buttercup and Bima.
Well, one is Jewish.
Proof equality instinct. It's the desire to believe in the equality of.
I know. I get it. He's in the Matrix, but I mean.
But you know, if you look at the chat, for example, and like the Stacy that swiftly, she's like an anti-Zionist, anti-Israel, but she's like supporting Buttercup. So if Buttercup will come back and maybe she can see who she's sleeping with, maybe it will help her wake up.
Well, I mean, to say anybody is, you know, the same person or similar is ridiculous. Like, Bima is not Buttercup, Buttercup is not Bima. I'm just saying that even within the Jewish ecosystem or echo chamber, there's still a political component to the communication where people are vying for, you know, you could call it political attention, I suppose.
That's because some of these American Jews have been so indoctrinated into the left woke, politics here that they strongly believe the views of the woke left, then they would have actually, the homeland of the Jews where we come from. So it's pretty fucked. So it just means that they just weren't either raised by being proud Jews or had any connection to Israel at all. Apparently, she says her family lives in Israel, which I mean doesn't mean shit, honestly. If that could be family that she doesn't have any good relationship with at all. So, but it's just that's what I've seen. I know Jews like her here in America. She's not the only one I've met here before that talk like that. There's plenty of them. I mean, you can see them all over the internet as well. They're with the Palestinian flags. Notori Karta is a good example. They're pretty much like the same kind of concept what she talks about. Same type of shit. So they're all on there.
Completely different ideology. They are not like.
They believe in the same shit. They believe in the same shit.
Not really.
They believe in a Palestinian country. You know.
Not really. They are really just against the Jewish country. It doesn't matter what the solution is. For now, because this Palestinian bandwagon, though they joined it, but it's not like they really believe their narrative. They just kind of exploit it.
I think probably a lot.
Oh, they're using like a propaganda piece here in America. You see all the postings and pictures with them, and they go out to the street and they go with the pro-Palestinian protesters, and then they use it saying like, look, there's Jews that are for Palestinians, for Palestinian nation. Yeah,
Benefit from each other.
They definitely do.
But it's not the same ideology. Just like it's like the Shia and the Sunni could hate each other, but when it comes to like hating Israel, then they are like best friends. All right, different ideologies. Just for this cause, they are like joining hands.
The other side is taking advantage of the morality of the West. They do so tauntingly.
here's a political statement. Why would they burn down the olive trees?
And we'll come back with why did they slaughter 1,200 people and rape and torture and took hostage and starve and destroyed Gaza, but the olive tree.
They have a hard time with the proportionality of phenomena, real world phenomena. The amount of buttercup, they think emotionally, they have wishful thinking based on the moral axiom of the past.
She loves the box.
She loves Hamas and she loves buttercup.
Hamas.
Yeah, no, she, who cares? She's a troll. No one cares.
So
How about the chest?
Buttercup's previous profile on this app was L. I don't know if any of you remember her, but her name was L on here. Not that it matters, but you know, if people change their profiles to come on here to have that type of communication, I mean, I just like to document.
Blank slate has evolved into wokeism, which sees all cultures as equal except Western culture as evil and oppressive. But totally blame on the perceived powerful party, so the perceived powerless party is totally excusable.
I have an Israeli Defense League book by Kahan, these Kahanists, everybody throws that term around like Zionist. And this book by Kahan is so mild in terms of, aggression or, extreme behavior. It's a very mild book on organizing and defending the Jewish people. So people who throw that term Kahanist, it's like, okay, well, let's read a Kahanist book and really talk about it and see what's in there about self-defense and security.
We should read that book to Amos, because he's the one who throws around that term the most out of anybody on this app, I think. So that's definitely something we should read to Amos one day.
You don't need to read it, just ask him what is a Kahanist, he would not know. By the way, if it's a Zionist, if you would ask people what is a Zionist, they would not know. He called me a settler, okay, the other day, because I don't know, one of you kicked him off the stage, and this is why I'm a settler. So those are just words, okay, just like words that I really don't get it. It's not like Zionist, no one really knows what it is.
Daniel, it's all the same, man. They pretend they understand the points, but the moment you press them, they fall back on the same tired slogans of occupation, genocide, apartheid, because they're not really engaging, They're not engaging.
Yeah, and then either they would do like a tantrum that they, I don't know what, and they would leave, or that they would let someone else navigate. They would not be able, this is why I try sometimes to kind of drill down and not let them move the conversation somewhere else, because they would say something triggering, so someone else on stage will come up and take the conversation somewhere else.
It's all very primal, guys. It's monkey stuff, everything.
No, it's their safety net, because without it, they'd have to face the complexity and admit their narrative doesn't make sense, it doesn't hold up.
And that they supported, but basically, if they would admit it, like a lot of people in the West would have to admit that they were supporting the Nazis of our days, And then to understand something like this about yourself, they create this self-protection mechanism to kind of take down every truth, so their entire identity will not collapse.
Well, that's politics in a nutshell.
The reconciliation of justice and truth in the West is one of the most important notes for total human justice. Right now it's very confused, very confounded. It can be easily explained, but the people who follow that orthodoxy wokeism in its most extreme will not concede those points for a variety of reasons, mostly practical, for social purposes, career purposes.
You know, on X Spaces last night, and I hear it all the time, it's that the Jews, the Zionists, have infiltrated the U.S. government, and we have to rout them out there and control of everything. There's this Jewish paranoia and insanity, you know, this Jewish derangement syndrome that a lot of people come on this app, but also primarily on X Spaces. And it's almost like a category of television or you know, it's like a specific category that they choose to pick up every night and run with that, you know, flag. It's very, you know, to me, it's insane and extremely dangerous. And at 42, I had never heard this kind of, you know, political insanity that Jews are everywhere, you know, and they're in control of everything. It's really scary, sick, and if you ever meet somebody like that in the real world, it's like, holy shit, you know. But the fact that people come on X and do it every night of the week is insane. It's called JQR, which means Jewish Question Radio. And if you want to get, you know, get your rocks off and troll some people, go into that X space. They hold it every night. It's called JQR.
It sounds a lot like what the Nazis did. That's exactly what the Nazis did, you know? So, shit's scary as fuck that this is happening still to this day. That us as human beings haven't learned from history, right? So, disgusting, bro. It's just disgusting, people.
There should be no ambivalence in the West. Anti-Zionism is anti-civilization, and anti-Semitism is anti-good.
Well, people like well, not, I don't want to say M. Kapara Al or Buttercup. She's like the low-hanging fruit of that, you know, crisis where it's. I think it comes down to education. That uneducated people.
Bro, that's not M. Kapara.
No, I know it's not. I tried to fix myself there. It's her former profile's Al. It doesn't matter. The point is, Buttercup, our sweet little Buttercup. She's not as sweet as she sounds, as everyone has figured out.
Oh, we know. Trust me, we know.
Oh, she's dangerous,
Sorry,
man. She's fucking really
psychosexual.
She was just in the mirrors room last night, bro. They were playing a recording of when Shlomi first went in there after he, you know, shortly after he got back on the app after being really, rescued and everything. And they were, the way that, you know, I can tell some of the voices who were asking him questions, I know who they are, just from, you know, them being on the app for so long. One of them was Prince, that piece of shit, midget. He was, asking, he was like degrading Shlomi and some of the shit that they were saying, some of the questions that they were asking him, and, hope for his death too. He said, I wish he would have just died, something like that. And she, after they stopped the recording, the first thing that they say, she says to them is, you treated him so well. My God, you guys treated so nice. I'm actually very, very proud of you guys for how you guys treated him. And one of the guys that were on there that was asking questions in a very degrading way as well was Soren, the guy that disappeared. So yeah, you could definitely hear when it was his voice, and he was definitely asking those questions. So just gives you an idea of how long ago this video or this recording was. And after the fact, they were like saying, oh yeah, he was saying that it was that Shlomi was agreeing that there was a Hannibal directive, and all this stuff. And like Shlomi never. I was listening to the whole thing. I have a little bit of it recorded too. He never said anywhere in that recording that he agreed to them about some Hannibal directive, happening there. So it was pretty, disgusting to hear after the fact that she's cuddling them and saying that they treated him very nicely. When in fact anybody with the right mind who would listen to that would know that that was the complete opposite of how they treated him in that, I don't even want to call it interview, but whatever the fuck it was, a clubhouse room. So, of them berating him with questions. So yeah, she's dangerous. You guys need to watch out for her. Don't let her sweet voice make you guys think that she's, she's really wanting to learn, because that's what she kind of said last night. She's like, I want to see if I can learn, but probably won't. So it's like, then why would you even say that? I'm not trying to, make her come to our side or anything like that. But definitely, how some of you guys in today, destroyed her. I think that was great. That's what we need to keep doing. She's very easy to debunk. When people are quoting The Guardian and Haaretz, you're a joke. Like, that's all I can say.
I would just say that all this communication on all these social audio platforms, there's one intention, and the primary intention is to get you angry. And I really do believe that's what most of these people are trying to do by gaslighting and making extremist, profane, vulgar statements, is to literally get you angry so they in turn can get their dopamine feedback. Because
He's a clubhouse archetype.
yeah, it's like psychology 101. It's very crazy that people want, like, Daniel, I love you, Daniel, but you have spent so long on this app getting your anxiety up, your blood pressure up, your dopamine up, and I salute you for doing that. But on the flip end of that, all these anti-Semitic trolls and Jew-hating trolls on this app and X, they live to essentially catch flies and fish and watch them struggle and scream and go crazy that they've been,
I don't speak to those people anymore. I don't go to a newsroom. I don't have any patience for this Al-Aqsa and Aziz. I don't even engage with them because it's pointless.
I never went in their rooms to begin with. Their sweet voices doesn't mean anything because the tone of the voice doesn't change the truth. So they can speak softly, calmly, even sound compassionate, but if what they're saying is built on lies and hatred, it's still a poison. And actually the calm delivery makes it even more dangerous because it tricks people into thinking it's reasonable when it's just anti-Semitism wrapped in pretty language, or not language, like tone of language. The style doesn't matter, the content does. And the content is always about delegitimizing Israel and attacking the Jews. And it's not just random criticism either. For a lot of these people, it's almost like a fetish. It's like an obsession for people like Amir. It's a fetish for them. They've made it their mission to bring Jewish people down and Israel down, no matter what. You can see it in how they twist everything. If Israel defends itself, they call it aggression. If Israel shows restraint, they call it weakness. Nothing Israel does is ever right because the point for them isn't truth. The point is to attack Jewish people and delegitimize their state. That kind of obsession goes much beyond politics. It's literally just hatred dressed up as activism, and it exposes how deep the anti-Semitism really runs.
It's all very simple. It's all very cut and dry. It's all very aligned with what is good, what is evil. And I wish there was some rhetorical maneuver in these rooms where when Israel is put on the defensive, considering the overwhelming proportionality of how dishonest that is and how it wastes time, there should be a way, a mutual understanding that we're not doing this because it leads nowhere and is dishonest and you're victim blaming. It's victim blaming.
Well, I think if you're a moderator or a green bean on this app, it's your responsibility to be an educator. So instead of having endless conversations with somebody like, Buttercup, I mean, you should have some type of action or to do for somebody like that to read with you and get them reading some type of, source document, something. Because to let people just do their political propaganda show, you're the sucker or the patsy at that point.
But it is useful to understand them, right? It's a very good learning experience.
Yeah, up to a point, man. Up to a point.
Yeah.
Up to a point, yeah, but it's at such cost emotionally.
Yeah, there's only so much I can listen to a fucking idiot.
You have to be really far gone to be an active anti-Zionist. And it shows all the different kinds of hate there are, and they all come from the same bad place.
protest outside my former office, and it was all these Free Palestine people, but there were Jewish children, young people mixed in with this crowd. And I said to this girl who was about to get arrested, I said, "Are you Jewish?" She says, "Yeah." I said, "Don't ruin your Shabbos. Don't ruin your Shabbos." And she was giggling, and she got arrested. I mean, I would love to have like grabbed her and yanked her out of that line, but I'm not going to get physical with somebody and next thing have a problem. So these people are totally brainwashed, completely and utterly. And that's why I say, somebody who's a young Jewish girl who has family in Israel, comes out of Israel, is going to come on this app and tell you about, the genocide and the violence of the state and the evils of the state and things like that. I mean, that's why I say, I like to read books, so I'm just saying, try reading books with these people.
It's no coincidence that they're the most this and that people you know in your life. They're not so smart. They're not so educated. And they tend to be bad people, right? It's clear that the activities personally, they're awful. I mean, the fact that it's also basic.
Some of the movies that you recommend, but for the most part, especially in this cause, they're stuck reading Elon Tape and some other people who they believe are, because they're contrarians to Israeli society, that they're more factual or more honest about the facts and details. So they won't read or engage with other sources.
Just read.
Because they believe it's all propaganda.
Read the Siddur Avodot Israel. I mean, read anything from Sinai Publishing. So, any old book out of Israel. I mean, it could be a spirit. It could be the Tanya. It could be the Torah. Anything, to essentially break the mind virus that has infected their soul. And I would read spiritual books. Jewish spiritual education books with them. Because they're hyper politicized, and you need to depoliticize their polarity, and you can do that with, Telegram.
Yeah, there's some great books out there. Primary, secondary, the secondary books were Johnson Sachs, Eagle High,
I thought you were going to say Pirkei Avot, and what's your favorite book?
All this stuff starts with words. This kind of hatred is very dangerous. It follows the exact same pattern that led to the Holocaust. It never began. The Holocaust didn't begin. The regime didn't begin with before the Holocaust came out. It never began with violence. It began with words, with spreading lies, blaming Jews for everything, and convincing others that Jews were the threat. And the language slowly but surely poisoned society until violence against Jews became acceptable, which we're seeing now. And eventually millions were murdered. History can repeat itself. That's what happens in history. We hear the same kind of rhetoric today, lies about Israel, demonization of Jewish people, constant scapegoating. And it's not just debate, it's a warning sign. And I wonder, have we actually learned nothing from history? If this hatred is still left unchecked, it will grow. And history shows very clearly that things do repeat themselves.
Well, it's like an education crisis, because the now is all important, and a lot of people want to play this history hypnosis game about white structural racism, about how, Ashkenazi Jews are Khazarian converts, and this was their land. It was like the whole thing is like a historical revisionism, and they want you to accept it on the spot as if there's some type of historical, professor, and they're 100% accurate. It's dying on a hill and all or nothing thinking. So that's why I say you can break their mind virus, hopefully, with, a book.
Yeah, Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be so simple to break because I see it as more than it's an educational issue because ignorance alone doesn't explain this kind of hatred. Like people can be taught history, they can be shown facts, and they can be given evidence. Yet they still cling on to these lies because there's something much deeper, more sinister driving it. So this is about ideology and resentment and anti-Semitism that gets passed down and disguised as some sort of justice. And if it were only a matter of education, you'd expect the hate to eventually disappear once the truth is explained, but it never does. Which shows it's not just ignorance, it's a willful choice to hold on to the hate. So I think it's much deeper and more dangerous than just an educational issue.
So Tobias, I know I'm one of these people that you see as being misled by this ideology. And
I'm not the only one that feels that, but yeah.
Okay, I understand. So I wanted to ask Daniel something since he's from Israel, lives in Tel Aviv, and knows sort of the zeitgeist there. I know that, just to give you guys some background, I grew up within this believing the same narrative, same story, and I don't think they lied to me about anything. Then I got older and read books by Israeli historians, the new historians, some of whom Benny Morris is kind of right-wing now, but the others you probably see as discredited because they're too left-wing. But and then it changed my view, and it kind of it's not that I was lied to. I had the same narratives that you had. It kind of shattered my innocence because I learned about some of the massacres in Deir Bala and Lid and all this stuff, right? And I'm sure you guys had similar experiences when these IDF records were revealed in the 70s and 80s, and we found out what the true scope of what happened during 1948. And so I'm wondering, Daniel, how are these books received in Israel? For Tom Segev and Benny Morris and Schleim, how do you guys view those historians?
We don't really view them, to be honest. We actually, people, I guess, in the West read books like those about what's going on in Israel. To be honest, it's not part of the discussion in Israel at all. But you said something about what really happened in 1948. What really happened in 1948?
So this is the IDF records that were opened in the 70s and 80s. They were concealed to kind of keep this romantic narrative about the independence. And then in 1948, the IDF opened up its records, its interviews, and documentation from what really happened. And so that's where what the basis is for these Israeli historians that have the numbers that disputed are how many people died, how many people were killed. I was told most of them fled, right? And that's the narrative a lot of us were raised with. Most of them fled.
What do you mean? We were not raised by any narrative, to be honest. I didn't deal with this
Did you learn about the Nakba in school? Did you talk about Nakba at all?
No. Do you know what the Nakba is?
Yeah.
It's a brand, okay? And hold on. The branding Nakba, the word Nakba, I don't know if did you read how it's called?
Benny Morris?
This document? No. The actual primal source, the person that wrote, I don't know, I think it's called The Story of the Nakba. This is where the word Nakba came from.
Right, I know the origin. Yeah.
Okay, so the Nakba is it's all about, I read the entire thing, the refugees, which are not called refugees, they're called Arabs of Palestine that fled, and he's actually saying even before the first bomb, our bombs, was shot, like their bombs, from their side, because they launched the war, the coward Arabs of Palestine, the majority of them fled, and the disaster was the Arab pride of 5 Arab armies that were defeated by a one-day-old Jewish state. That was the Nakba. The Nakba, as the expulsion of Palestinians by the Zionists, is a narrative, is a brand. For example, in this piece, he's talking about 450,000. Then it grew up to 700,000 that were all expelled by Jews, which is a lie. There were over 1 million Jews that were expelled from Arab countries just for being Jews. There is no branding for it.
Okay.
Is anyone in the world taught about the unbranded ethnic cleansing of Jews, of a million, by Arabs? Because the Nakba is a story that was created later on. The reason that I was not taught it is because it literally was just invented.
Okay, so you're right. Terminology aside, maybe it's not branding. Maybe it's not branding.
We learned about the War of Independence.
Okay, and did you learn that there were some not nice things that happened to the Palestinians then?
Okay, so when we say the word war, nice to anyone.
You know, people were rounded up, and then there was the call. I think it was Ben Gurion who was the one who made the call and said, "Yeah, you just."
It's very simple, Buttercup. We created the state. They went out in all forces to destroy us. You are now here saying, "Oh, but there were some bad things done to the Palestinians." Check how many villages. Check how many villages.
I agree that bad things were done to both sides.
There were no Palestinians back then. Back then, when you said Palestinians, you meant Jews. Those were Arabs of Palestine, many of them from Syria, from Iraq, that they came to work. The story is that they launched a genocidal war against us. This is what really happened in 48, and we defended ourselves.
Okay, I agreed.
Jordan took the West Bank and named it the West
I
Bank
have not
because of
disputed any of these facts.
So this is the story. This is what we are
Yes,
taught.
me too. This is what I was taught too. Me too.
But we are taught, listen, we are taught history, not branding, not
I know, and so I'm
not
not.
like those words that don't mean anything. Like actually history, what happens, dates.
You're conflating a different history book that I'm not talking about. I'm talking about Israeli historians who, when the IDF records of the 1948 War of Independence, the victory, they opened up the records of what happened then and who made what calls and who said we can kill civilians or can't kill civilians, and it all became public, right? That happened. Do you remember when that happened? It was a big headline.
The thing is that you did not read the records, okay?
I read the recap.
I know. Hold on. You let someone to pick and choose words and sentences from those reports, probably out of context, to create a narrative and chew it for you. If you're really interested, don't let Benny Morris, as you call it, and write the new historians, which means rewriting history. And if you want to try and find like problems, you will see, for example, the Nakba story, the way that it's presented.
I
So go and read the digest if it is public. Go read it.
Daniel, I wanted to ask you, we were talking earlier about education, and I was curious if, because, there are a lot of 20%, whatever, I don't know the percentage, Arabs in Israel, and you want to present history in a way that's balanced, that everyone feels represented, and their narrative feels represented. So there are in schools an effort to talk about what Arabs see as a Nakba. Whether you consider it one or not, doesn't matter. Do they call it that? That's part of their shared memory. And so in Israeli schools, they actually do talk about the Nakba, especially after these records were opened, because they acknowledge that there's two versions of history. There always is, right? And so
I don't know where you're getting it, and I will find out what's going on today.
I'll find a link, but they do teach Nakba in
I don't
school.
know the links. I will ask people that actually have children in
I'll ask
school.
my sister. She teaches in school, in an Israeli
And
school.
I really hope that you're wrong, and I doubt it, that they are teaching about the Nakba, because the Nakba is a framing of the story with branding.
Let's not get hung up on semantics, okay? We're talking about the way people perceive it.
So I'm telling you again, the War of Independence, this is what we are taught. There was a war during our day of independence. This is what we are taught. The Nakba is a reframing of saying the creation of the Jewish state is a disaster. So no, we do not teach our children that the creation of Israel is a disaster. This is a framing that Yasser Arafat and his allies, the terrorists by the way, actual terrorists, not figures, actual terrorists. This is the framing that they did also with the Free Palestine. And the it's
I understand you don't like catchphrases and it's annoying. I agree.
It doesn't mean anything. It's meant to kind of catch people. It's all about emotions, okay?
Okay,
When
you're talking to me. You're not talking to them, okay?
No, but you are the one that are affected by this because the emotions kind of take off the logic, and then you don't really ask critical questions.
I have the same information basis that you have. I just was added new information. I want you to help me contextualize,
Not the
okay?
information, the critical
I want to
thinking.
know. Listen,
You don't need to have all the
Daniel, stop
information.
yelling at me. Daniel, I'm not trying to
I'm not
fight you.
yelling.
Daniel,
I'm just saying critical thinking, not
okay,
you don't
so
need to
help
know
me
all
think critically
information.
about this. Help me think critically. I just put a link in the chat. I want to know what you learned about Lidda, that's today's Lud, about the massacre that happened there. What did you learn about that?
I don't know what I learned from this. Like we didn't go. It doesn't matter because listen.
should know, they have their narrative history from their parents.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You know, a lot of shit happened. Even on the Holocaust.
City and people who grew up there.
Even on the Holocaust, hold on, even when they teach us about, one second, I want to, so you will understand. Even about when they teach us about the Holocaust, we don't go to every city, every town, and every village. And you know what? Even like decades later, I heard stories about the Holocaust, which are like crazy, like big stories. You don't get to teach all those stories. And the war, and when you teach history, you talk about like, I don't know, like
Talk about the major battles. No, this was a major battle. The Conquering of Blood was a big battle.
After all the new information you've received, are you ashamed to be a Jew? No, it's a serious question. Are you ashamed of it?
I mean, my culture is literate, and we read books, and we accumulate information, and we're intellectually honest. So I don't know about your culture, but mine is literate.
The question was about shame.
You answer the question though. After all this new learned information you've received, are you ashamed of your people?
No, I'm proud of my people because I think we can scrutinize ourselves and be accountable. I wouldn't be on this conversation if I didn't think there was hope for our people to self-reflect.
What should be done? Are you ashamed of what we've done? Are you ashamed? Like, I don't think you're really listening. I think you're more on the defense.
I'm ashamed of certain things that we've done, sure.
Are you projecting the fact that you aren't self-reflecting, Buttercup?
I don't know who said that.
I think that's fucking very important what you just said.
Wow. She just let everything go past her ear.
I'm talking to Daniel who actually
Yes,
knows
but
shit.
you doesn't listen. You just come here, and before Daniel finish, you already formulate the next question. And next question.
Yep, Daniel and I have been in a conversation for a couple of days now, and it's very enlightening
so
and it's
listen, you
helpful.
just take up people's time. And Daniel is a teacher. She's very passionate about teaching writing, right? And she find that you are very misguided, and she tries like writing, right? Is he? He's he.
Yeah, Daniel's a he, bro. You think that Buttercup's a teacher?
No, Daniel teacher.
BB.
Yeah, Daniel's teaching.
Exactly.
Buttercup is there, Mr. Buttercup.
See, I think if Daniel did like a 10-minute silent meditation, Buttercup would basically, self-destruct because she needs Daniel to essentially, inflame her candle.
Daniel energy. You are correct.
Danny is the only person in this room that was anyway, so I was like engaging with them.
Let other people talk to you, Buttercup.
What is going on with the dog piling on Buttercup?
Oh no, Hope is here. I go away. Hope is here. I better go away.
We better stop picking on one person, because that's not cool. But 5 different people have come from Buttercup. I've got... Before you jump on the bandwagon, nobody's picking on her. She's actually picking on herself. She's picking on Jewish people. She's picking on the fact that she's ashamed of what Jewish people have done. So before you open your fucking mouth and start like... hi, BB. You're not going to be respectful today then, huh? Because I said something you didn't like. Typical. No, because you and I have talked many times. But you jumped in yet again with misinformation. I've not spoken to you for months. I've spoken to you for months. You jumped in yet again. I've not spoken to you for months. Jumped in yet. You didn't have to speak with me. I'm in rooms that you speak and interrupt and say things that are out of context. So nobody's picking on Buttercup at all. Buttercup is picking on the fact that she's a Jew, and she's picking on every Jewish aspect. I said dogpiling, not picking. The two are quite different. About 5 different people. About 5 people. Well, George, you're asking her whether there's a Mr. Buttercup. Have you got children? Like asking questions.
We do live in a world where people
can't finish a sentence. People can't finish a sentence.
Again, I'm anticipating what you're saying, and you feel wronged by my primate expression, right? You think your status is being threatened by my primate expression, even though you probably know a little bit about me, and you don't think it's important. What you think is important is that all the eggs are equal. They must be equal.
You don't have to put your
I think they should have your brain. But unfortunately, I don't get to do that deciding. I'm not a judge. If I was really.
But anyway, at least I've got to the like 5, 6 different questions of Buttercup at the same time.
You stopped believing, actually. You didn't. All you did is put a pause on it.
Politicians to have a partner, to have.
It gave her a breather anyway. BB, you and I have always been fun. I don't know why we're being like this, but whatever.
It's wild. It's
Get that new Jay-Z album.
Daniel, I just want to say Linda is a major turning point in the war. It was a big conquest, so I'm surprised you never heard of it.
Yes,
What's going on, John?
you can see me in my PTR. That's me wearing a Trump hat, a Cubs jersey, holding the Tao Te Ching, a book, and then there's about 15 phones, live streaming me. So, your title is Clubhouse just an entertainment app? Well, look at my YouTube and you decide. Is it entertainment? Is it trolling? Is it spamming? Is it a waste of time? I think it's art, really. And that's the best way to describe everything is the word A-R-T, art. It rhymes with fart.
That's what I've been saying, John. I'm saying that you're either a madman who needs to be put in a straitjacket, or you're a genius performance artist / social media artist.
I just wish I could get into a movie theater and have an audience and say, okay, everybody, let's look at my YouTube for the next 4 hours and force everyone to watch this incredible Clubhouse experience.
Well, you can. It's something you really want to do. You can rent out theaters in Chicago, and I understand post-COVID, they've been quite cheap. You can rent out a whole theater for a couple $100.
That's a good point. You could do that, actually. Yeah, just rent out a theater, and then it become a hit. Obviously, I'm assuming that he'll be able to get into more theaters, right? So, have you ever looked into that? You should take advantage of what you're doing.
Yeah, I'd have to do an Eventbrite and try to do a Facebook, event and actually do a first stage theater, for Clubhouse and make it an interactive show, like the Killed Tony show. So I think you could do a cross combo entertainment event experience for people and introduce them to
Can we
Clubhouse.
change the title? We're gonna give we're gonna give John the stage, but let's change the title to How to Properly Lose to the Hood.
See, in one house, Dr. Adams, that joke would kill it. But imagine if there were 400 people in a theater right now listening to you, listening to me, have this exchange, and they're thinking, how am I going to be a part of this interactive Clubhouse experience? And this is where I turn around and say, all right, everybody, pick up your phone and type in Clubhouse into the Google, app search field. Download the app. Type in your profile name. Type in your first name, last name, and everybody go to the one house. And the room title is How Do Properly Lose to the Hood. I like it. That's an Ebonic with the hood. And also, Dr. Adams, I swear, you are the funniest person on this app at this point right now.
No, Adams is hilarious, and here's to highlight how hilarious he is. Adams lives in California, and he's campaigning for a politician in Illinois. Isn't that right? So this is craziness. He's not even in the district.
So that was brought up. I don't know if the person wants to mention their name, but they are in this room. Why are you asking people who are not even in that district? I think that was brought up before. But why are you asking for people who don't even have a say in what you're doing, money and all that good jazz?
Because, this is organizing the organizing. And if a community organizer like Dr. Barack Hussein, Barry Soetoro Obama, a former CIA agent right out of college, and he now has $1 billion library being built with looks like the tower from Mordor. I'm just saying that digital donations, as I formally said, that I believe this is all art and entertainment, but I am an educator primarily. Many of you know me as a Clubhouse troll, but I read many books, and you can go to my YouTube channel to watch me reading very important books about psychology, wisdom, education, governance, human behavior,
Scotty,
all those things.
how are you, brother?
While doing yoga, right?
Yeah, and doing yoga. I mean, that's the most important thing. It's like people have videos of me, pictures of me in my underpants doing yoga in the sun in my dining room, and
See, I told you.
they love to bring up my sexy, sweaty PTR photos to try to embarrass me. But to me, the fact that I'm actually physically flexible and trying to exercise and stay in shape, but these, like Dr. Adams, I mean, you can call them big backs if you want, but many of these big backs keep those photos of me on, and so I know that a picture of me in my underpants is in a lot of these people's phones. I find that to be what really tickles my jizz.
Yeah, Nicholas said that you have cakes.
Listen, the hamstrings are very important, and Matt, I would say, how's your physical flexibility? Are you stretching? Are you breathing? How's your health?
I'm a very flexible guy. Very flexible in what I do in conversations and how I do my clubhouse rooms. And yeah, I'm flexible outside too. I know to throw some things around, throw some weights around and all that good stuff. So yeah.
I mean, you may just, Edmund, you just may be better at bending and, being flexible than we are. Our sex lives don't depend on that. But, more power to you, bro.
Thanks, Dr. Adams. And I want to let you know, your Darren LaHood crisis actor videos have gone viral, like in the terms of like 10,000 plus, and I thank you because it's people like you who help push my campaign forward, because without you, I couldn't create this content, and you're doing it for me for free, so thank you.
So, how do you see this playing out? What is the final chapter, John, in this magical journey that you've taken on Clubhouse?
I can tell you, we're gonna go to Peoria, Illinois, where Darren LaHood lives, and we're gonna go to the Peoria Civic Center, and we are gonna put on Clubhouse, the experience. Don't vote for Darren LaHood, the rhino vaccinologist, super debt creator, Dr. Adams and Matt Cool, One House production, co-produced by Anonymous and Nye. And the audience is going to say, wait a minute, who is this guy, candidate Congressman John Kitover, and why should we vote for him versus Darren LaHood, who's created $20 trillion in debt? So they can go back and look at all these Clubhouse conversations and say, you know what, he has been organizing, he has been raising money, he has been creating a network and a political movement of co-interested American citizens that want to stop borrowing and spending and create a real economy, not this fake artificial borrowed economy.
Don't ignore me. I said how many?
Well, I'm going to stand on what I said earlier. I'm assuming it was streamed, or maybe it wasn't. Now it is, which is fine. But probably tonight there will be a formal title that will be proclaiming the end of your campaign. And I just want to give you a heads up on that. That tonight is your last night campaigning. And I hope you have some other things lined up. Maybe some more book reading by yourself, or book reading in yoga pants and whatever you do on Friday nights. But I think the campaign is coming to an end. Is that surprising to you, or how's that working out? Like, what do you think about that?
I think it's very interesting that you would project the end of my campaign tonight when I know that that is not the end of my campaign. The end of the campaign to elect John Kitover will not end until we basically don't submit on October 27th. If we can't get the, minimum number of signatures, that is when the campaign will truly end.
Which
But
is what?
675, 600.
No.
575. So what I'm trying to tell you is that hold on, Matt asked me. Okay, Dr. Adams.
Edmund, you
No, I think we need 3,000 to play it safe. But Matt, your projection about this evening, I look forward to coming to your room, defending my position, and I will tell you right now, you are 100% wrong, and you will live to eat those words.
Yeah, I guess we will see how that goes. But the signature thing is an issue. I know that you've been vocal about your disappointment in finding a person to help you gather signatures. We talked about that the other day, I think. And as far as I know, that outlook has not changed. It's looking pretty dismal on the collection or finding someone to collect on your behalf in that way. Now, I could be wrong. Maybe things have changed in the last 48 hours, but I do feel that is a big hurdle that you're going to have to overcome. The London team is way ahead of you on that game.
You're correct. So, but things have changed. We did put up a new solicitation on Craigslist for the city of Chicago. I will post it in the chat. And anyone here in this room or house can also apply, or anybody watching these videos. But we did get some high qualified responses today from actual Republicans that work in digital marketing. So the campaign is rapidly taking off Monday. And again, Matt, your negative outlook and the lack of help that you provide the campaign, the fact that you call yourself MAGA and have held all these pro-Trump rooms on this app for years, the fact that you don't help out a fellow pro-Trump Republican, to me, shows a lack of leadership, character, and intelligence on your behalf. Thus, why you're predicting my campaign is going to end tonight. And I challenge you or anyone else on this app to come to that room. Bring your evidence, bring your screenshots, bring your recordings, and I will put my recordings, my screenshots, all of my media, and all of my art, as evidence against whatever kind of BS you think you're going to pull out of the woodworks. And I'm already issuing legal ceases and desists to people on this app that are engaging in slander, libel, as well as defamation. So I would just also put you on notice, Matt, that if you don't give $10 to the campaign to elect John Kitover, you, sir, are no patriot. I am complete. This is John Kitover running for the 16th District of Illinois.
I think you have a better chance at winning the gold in female gymnastics with your flexibility than taking over Darren Hood's seat.
Well, thanks. I'll be sure to let the voters in the 16th district know what you think, as I just clipped that, and I'll be running those ads shortly. Thanks a lot.
This man is either insane or comedy genius. It's one of the two, or it could be a little bit of both, John. That's why John earlier suggested somebody we were like either he's a failed actor or a failed performer or a failed comedian, and I said he doesn't have to be any of those things. You're funny as shit. I don't know why you're not a stand-up comedian, to be honest with you.
We'll see, I think even if I lose the primary, I think having this content as role-playing a Congressman is actually enough content that it will essentially condition the situation in the future. So this is all performative, but also educational. So to me, this is what I think AOC is. To me, this is what I think, Ilhan Omar. I think these people are just content creators and they want to watch America burn. And the fact that I'm trying to kill two birds with one stone here. So that's why I am legitimately asking you for your support. Hakima is a campaign contributor. He has reached deep into his pockets.
Hold on, good context. Hold on, stop it.
Okay, so this is the context. So Hakima is a campaign contributor because in the Super Mojo Positive Vibration experience, Mojo did a campaign auction and Hakima was the high bidder and he got to kick Monica to the goo, which really that clip went viral too. So you see how I can't lose here? Even when we're raising funds, I'm creating content about that and those videos are going viral and those YouTube accounts are going to get monetized. So thank you, Hakima, from the bottom of my heart.
Why does Monica get under your skin so bad? Like, I just don't get it. Hey, Adam, if you was in that room and
Monica was mine. Yeah, her more like she got a lot. She's such a wicked, evil person. Like she can even have good humor. Like I spent $80 just to kick off the stage for an hour. And if she supported John, she should have been like a good humor, like okay, but she took to the point now I'm blocked. She's just a shitty person.
If you tell me not to do it, I won't do it. But I'll gently reach out to her on the back end.
Oh no, I don't care. I don't care one way or the other. I don't mind not saying nothing. Like now if Roger comes back and she's mine, I think in the room, then I have a problem with that. But if it's just her, I don't mind not getting nothing.
Okay, right on. Well, I hate that because, I enjoy your contributions to the space and, your perspective to the space. And the fact that you can't get in there, I don't know, that's trouble. Yeah. I'm kind of a little annoyed by that right now.
I can find other muffs to get in there. There's other muffs out there.
Other muffs. So I wasn't there for this. So was there a room where people could do how Craig used to do it, where you could basically toss people out based off a donation or something like that? Is that what went down or something?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. Yeah.
Yeah, who else got the heave hub? Anybody else?
No, she was the only person.
Oh man, Monica's is good.
She got it twice. It was crazy. As soon as they offered the idea, she started panicking then. No, don't do that. It's gonna be me. Because I wasn't even thinking about it until she started like panicking. I'm like, fuck that. I'm gonna take this opportunity to just put her at full tilt. And then definitely she wants full tilt. But she opened up. She knew that she was gonna get that reaction from someone. So yeah, we ended up negotiating the price and got her out of there. It was fun.
Matt.
She should have had fun too, though. But it irritated the fuck out of her.
Matt, I just want to go back to what you were saying about how tonight is going to be the last night of this campaign and how wrong you're going to be. And if you go to John Kitover on Instagram, this is what a recent post I wrote. It says, candidate Congressman John Kitover, a service-connected disabled veteran, has been accused of stolen valor on Clubhouse by Brad. His account is Brad Wandering. Audio and video recordings have been made, and the campaign legal team is preparing to file a civil slander, defamation, and libel lawsuit. Additionally, Brad makes daily death threats to women and young men on Clubhouse. Second Lieutenant retired and candidate Congressman John Kitover. So, get that message to Brad, get his ass in that room tonight, and we're going to clear this up. And whatever you think you're going to bring to that table in that house, I guarantee you, Matt, whatever it is, I don't know what you think this room's going to be about, but I can't wait because we're going to money bomb it. And if you're going to be legitimate and non-biased, nonpartisan, and you're going to help a pro-Trump Republican in the state of Illinois, in Chicago, surrounded by Democrats, if you're not going to help me and help me raise some funds and pin my antidote link so we can raise some campaign contributions, because we have people that have applied from this Craigslist ad, and they are extremely high quality caliber candidates that can really help those campaigns. So we do need funding, and it's not going to go to me, Matt. It's going to go to people that want to work on this digital marketing, communication, and on the ground operation strategy.
So two things. Is that listed on your campaign website, what you just mentioned there? I didn't hear what you said.
It's on John Kitover on Instagram. I'll put it in the chat.
Excellent, sir. Now, do you have receipts that you've actually donated to MAGA at all? I have just got of curiosity. Like, anybody can cosplay as a MAGA, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is your participation with the MAGA movement? Let's examine this a little bit.
Sure. So I voted for Trump twice and once in the primary. I went to the original Chicago Trump event here in Chicago, which was disrupted by Soros activists. At that time, I created a Facebook group called Chicagoans for Trump, and I did as much digital media organizing as I could in Chicago. And guess what? Barely any response. You're totally shadow banned, totally ghosted on Facebook. Can't do any political free speech on Facebook. Even in the very beginning for Trump, got no traction whatsoever. Let's see. For years on this app, Augustus and others others in that preservation of the human race spoke up against Operation Warp Speed and the mass vaccination of the population in America and around the world, which we viewed as a Bill Gates, Dr. Fauci, Pfizer, Moderna, J&J scam to poison us, to defertilize us, to destroy our DNA with spike proteins, which has all been proven true. I've suffered the loss of over probably 40 Clubhouse accounts. I've had to go through 50 phones to continue this messaging. So, I believe Kennedy, who gave all his votes to Trump, helped sway the election by a marginal percent, 3%, 5%. That was a huge contribution. And look where Kennedy's at, top advisor in the cabinet. So we've done a lot on this app for the MAGA movement. I wear MAGA hats out. So in Chicago, the Illinois GOP and the Republican Chicago GOP, they did nothing for Trump. We went to events. There was never any kind of Trump organizing, Trump promotion, nothing. So I live in a desert of anti-MAGA people who don't want to be identified either as MAGA, even going back years. But, in terms of giving money to the Trump campaign, I gave my time and a lot of digital marketing effort. I was even labeled by Mark Zuckerberg as a Russian disinformationist. So on my Facebook account, I got that notification. Your account has been identified as part of the, whatever the name of that English Britannica company or whatever it was that had all that data. Somehow, Facebook, and this is in collusion even with the whole fake Russian narrative, is that, even Facebook was putting that out. So, don't forget also Zuckerberg platformed Fauci on Facebook live streams over and over and over again about getting vaccinated. So, Darren LaHood has received millions of dollars from big vaccination, big pharma companies, health insurance providers, and he promoted. You can go to his X account and type in vaccines and see all the promotion propaganda he put out to tell all of his good-hearted constituents in the 16th district to get vaxxed, or you can't have Thanksgiving or Christmas, you can't go back to work, and you can't end the pandemic until everyone is vaxxed. He put that messaging out over and over and over again on his X account, on his Instagram, on his Facebook page with over 30,000 followers. So, that's my involvement in MAGA. Matt, I know that's a long-winded answer.
No. You are a good salesperson for sure. And I'm assuming that all those things that you mentioned are true. And if you fought the good fight in Chicago on behalf of MAGA, obviously I appreciate that, of course. Did you ever run into Mark Carter in person or on the app? I don't know if you are you familiar with that?
No,
Yeah,
I don't know Mark Carter. No.
Really? Okay. Yeah, he was a big MAGA, a black guy who was a big MAGA guy who was basically drafting everything that went on for MAGA in Chicago to be able to turn the tide, so to speak. Are you talking about King Carter? Oh yeah, King Carter. I think his full name is Mark though. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think his first name. But he went by King Carter for a while. Yeah, exactly. That guy. Does that ring a bell? By the way, I didn't mean to dox anybody. That was, King Carter's his name. What's his profile name on Clubhouse? I think it was King Carter, no? Yeah, that's what he's not hiding for nobody. I said Mark, but he said his name before plenty of times, so. My question, now I've lost my question. You have I'm assuming you have some audio of you speaking highly of MAGA. That's my question.
Well, my big focus going back to August of last year, of 2024, was recording Adrian Dittman, who is Elon Musk. That's his burner account on X. So I feel like the work I did recording Elon Musk, even going back to August of last year, was an incredible experience because I literally recorded him doing all of his events for Trump, jumping onto X, jumping into Adrian Dittman, having subscriber only private. Like, I have recorded Adrian Dittman to such a high degree that he now creates fake burner accounts on Instagram, all over, on YouTube, everywhere, because I have so much Adrian Dittman content that if you just go on YouTube and you type in Adrian Dittman, you're going to see John Kitover's production of Adrian Dittman before you'll ever find Adrian Dittman, which has 250,000 followers on X. My Adrian Dittman account on X also shows up because most people don't spell Dittman with 2 T's and 2 N's. They just type in Dittman, and I have Adrian Dittman. So that work I did with Elon and recording those rooms and all his conversations, to me, was a little bit like an espionage thing, because these are unrecorded rooms and I have Elon Musk saying all kinds of things. I wouldn't really call them profane or vulgar, but all kinds of, like his baby pull-out game. That's like a #1 video of mine, of him talking about his sexual experiences and never pulling out. Things like that. Those videos are what upset Adrian Dittman, aka Elon, because I am in possession of them. So, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing to be hated by one of the richest men in this world, but Elon Musk definitely hates John Kitover, but he would probably give to me before Darren LaHood, because LaHood brought us the big, beautiful bill. You can look it up. He's one of the primary sponsors, co-founders, organizers. The big, beautiful bill adds $2.4 trillion to the national deficit. And Amazon, Apple, Google, J&J, Coca-Cola, $500 billion a year in tax credits to the Fortune 500 over the course of 10 years. So you have to understand, this is taking us to $40 trillion in debt, and it's only going up. You can't keep kicking the can down the road when it comes to borrowing and spending. We have to have a real economy. That means there's going to be winners and there's going to be losers, but we can't artificially inflate and create an economy. It's not good for the long term, because this is real money that we owe, and everybody owes it, and it's about 110,000 a person, and with the unfunded, it's 400,000 plus per American. If you go to Norway, they have a $1.9 trillion sovereign wealth fund. If you go to Saudi Arabia, they have a $10 trillion sovereign wealth fund. We are a debtor nation. We are totally bankrupt and completely in debt. We have communication spammers who are lying to you about the true nature of our fiscal crisis. We have to bite the bullet sooner or later. Guys like Thomas Massie, Rand Paul, these are normal Americans telling you the truth about the insane spending that your government is doing. 25 years of war, a massive scamdemic, plandemic to eat out our substance. They have bankrupted us with this. So that's why I'm running. And, if you register with that message and you believe it, which I do, I'll put the link in the chat to donate to my campaign, or you can go to tonight's Stirring the Pot session, where hopefully Brad will come in, Matt will present his evidence, and Dr. Adams will present his evidence on why they should vote for LaHood versus candidate Congressman John Kitover, who's willing to sit here and answer the tough questions.
Well. That was a little bit on the edges. I'm not feeling the MAGA from you, unfortunately, at this moment. I see you have a hat on that's MAGA. I mean, anybody can wear a MAGA hat.
Well, give me this. The fact that I'm willing to wear a MAGA hat on camera, walk around town in a MAGA hat, this is more dangerous than walking around as an Orthodox Jew man. So, I got to tell you, it's a lot easier to do it on live stream than it is to walk around town. But there is a political and a cultural crisis. If I walk around town in a MAGA hat, I probably will get attacked, or people will run up to me and shake my hand. You never know which way it's going to go. So, but I don't know why you don't think I'm MAGA. I've voted Trump twice. I voted for him in the primary. That's technically 3 votes for Trump versus Tim Walz and Kamala Harris. I have videos of Kamala Harris, like politically correct rooms. I did a lot for the MAGA campaign in terms of surveillance and counter communication, reproduction on the internet to fuck with this app. There's nobody on this app who has fucked with the Democrats in a way like I have, in terms of causing them chaos in their rooms, disrupting their brains, republishing them, replatforming them. I've done a lot of work on this app for the Trump campaign, and for you to say, you can wear a MAGA hat, but Matt, you're gonna have to come over to my side, because there's nobody else here, and where are you, Matt? I mean, I'm trying to do actual political reorganizing and fiscal reorganizing. Darren LaHood has been doing this for 10 years. First of all, he signed um, a pledge to not seek reelection after 3 terms. He's already in violation of that pledge. So there's a lot on Darren LaHood that you don't know about. His dad had 50,000 in cash from a Nigerian scammer who was blackmailing him. The FBI took Darren LaHood's laptop to search it. I don't know why you think Darren LaHood is MAGA. He's not MAGA. He's not Republican. He's a Democrat. His daddy's a Democrat who worked for Obama. Why would you support these criminal lawyers who kick the can, rob you blind, and stick you with debt that you don't even feel yet because we have the world's currency supply? They're fucking you over, and they've already pulled the rug. You just don't feel it yet.
I hear you. I understand where you're coming from. Now, I want Adams to, hopefully he stepped away from his phone, maybe put some earplugs in about what I'm about to say. Now, what are your thoughts on an individual such as Marshall? Where does he line for you in terms of his beliefs or his thinking, or like I don't know if you know that he tends to lead more on the Republican Bush side of things. Like what do you make of someone like of his his lineage?
Yeah, did you ever see that movie with Lenny? Where they're living on the farm and he kills the pet mouse, he kills the dog,
Yes.
kills the girl. Marshall is that George Bush ranch hand who's never gonna bite the hand that feeds him. And Marshall voted Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, but he has the gall to come on this app and call himself a Republican political consultant. The guy is chronically drunk. He mumbles all night long while he's laying in his bed, high on whatever kind of psychiatric he has to take and the booze he drinks. So I take everything with a grain of salt. You don't know people's health struggles in the real world, and I think most people who are on this app, no offense to anyone present in the room, but if we all had better things to do, we would be doing them. And a better thing to do is making money or having a job and responsibilities. So,
By the way, you missed my title earlier, but maybe you saw it because Vices. I don't know. Did you see that title, John, or no?
in one house, no, I haven't seen this yet.
Yeah, in this house, I was talking about our vices, so that's kind of fitting that you brought that up. But carry on. No, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I drink and I smoke cannabis, but I also go to the gym and I also sit in the sun and I also go for jogs and I also have healthy meals. But Marshall, the thing is, I'm willing to attack a person, a man, but I don't want to attack women and I don't even want to argue with women. But I'm willing to debate with Marshall, but in terms of communication and having an actual conversation, he shuts me down every time and he just blurts something out like, "This guy's a troll and he's not a Republican, kick him." That's basically Marshall's response to everything. So
if he's here tonight, you would have a good faith debate with Marshall if he went back and forth with you on some issues, right?
sure, I will communicate like a normal person and stop and listen, but if the mods are just gonna let Marshall be a mod and talk over me or shut me up or yell, it's like, you at least call him out for it. Don't let him get away with it.
That all sounds fair on that front. I don't know if anybody had any more questions for this guy, I guess quote unquote comedian, as NY likes to say. But yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, my messaging is actually what the normal messaging should be, which is stop borrowing, stop spending, and stop creating, fake political content on platforms to basically hide what you're really doing, which is giving away hundreds of billions of dollars of American treasury to either corporations. It's primarily all corporations because the big beautiful bill is basically a $500 billion giveaway to the Fortune 500. And a lot of the things that I'm saying, I've done the research on Grok. I have the numbers and the names of the corporations tied to it all. So if you do a cross comparison reference between open secrets and the HR acts, and you ask them, for a percentage on how someone voted, you can do all this incredible cross-reference data with Darren LaHood's voting record, his donors, and how much money he passes in the acts, and which corporations get the money. So, in my opinion, Darren LaHood is running a $10 million plus skim in the same way that the mafia would skim a casino cash room. He does the same thing by passing HRX. He's done it 10 years, and he will continue going on doing it because there's not one up. Actually, there is another Republican candidate running, and there's 3 more Democrat candidates running.
Who's that? Who's that one?
You'd have to Google 16th district congressional, elect. I don't know his name off the top of my head, but he doesn't have any social media.
Do you know who the Democrats are going to be putting up against you or no?
I know 2 of them. One's a college professor. The other one is a younger guy. But they don't have any digital media footprint. Very few followers. So I don't know what they're planning on doing in terms of their communication strategy. But yeah, if we could get them on this app to do a big debate, because LaHood is never going to join. But if you could get LaHood to come to this app or reach out to them, this could be something for you, Dr. Adams, or you, Matt, or you and I. If you could reach out to the Darren LaHood campaign and say, hey, we want to hold a digital media town hall and online debate with all the congressional candidates, you guys would be legends.
We are in touch with them. But that way, we're in touch.
Okay, great. Because, I tag him on a lot of stuff, all my grok queries, and, I got no shame in my game. So he knows who I am because, he posts a lot of stuff personally. So, he sees my things and my stuff's getting views on X. And you can go to his comment section and you'll just see people tearing him apart. The most horrific things you could ever imagine people saying are in his comments. And these are his voters. These are District Illinois 16 citizens that hate Darren LaHood. A lot of stuff about Epstein, that he's covering up the Epstein files. There's a lot of dirty stuff. Politics is dirty, and just the fact that even Brad, supposed conservative Brad, non-Christian Brad, Viking warrior Brad, basically for 2 days trying to destroy me, and then finally I post my military ID and my veteran's ID card, and finally he goes away. And he says, well, maybe he is a veteran, I didn't really know, blah, blah, blah. But, that's the thing is you have to keep track, and Marshall too, and others who are also making all kinds of claims about how John Kitover is insane, all kinds of statements like that. That's libel, slander, and defamation, coming from an alcoholic who sits there and mumbles in his bed at 3 in the morning, I can't fall asleep. So, I'm just saying, I record everything, and that's why I kill 2 birds with 1 stone, because everything I say is recorded. I wouldn't be on this app unless I'm recording myself, and I've been doing it for 5 years. And a lot of people don't like me for that because I record them saying profane, vulgar, slanderous, obscene things, death threats. So, it's not a good idea to come on this app and make death threats while people are recording you. But I'm just anonymous.
Well, there we have it. Do we have anybody with any further questions? We're going to have to carry this over into the evening where we don't want to show all our cards just yet. This is just a little prequel, little pre-jazz. Trying to gather up, size each other up. Team LaHood is definitely prepared and ready.
Listen, Team LaHood has been put on the ropes. You guys might as well duck out. 30 minutes ago, you were telling me tonight's the end of my campaign. I think you guys might want to self-reflect yourselves, especially Dr. Adams, because I got Dr. Adams saying all kinds of horrific things. But you, Matt, to make the accusation that I'm not MAGA when I'm wearing a MAGA hat, and you're going to support Darren LaHood, who he's not even MAGA, Matt. He's a fake MAGA. Look at his X account. Look how much support he never gave Trump, during this last election. So don't tell me that this guy's MAGA and I'm not MAGA. Believe me, my father stands with Trump. I stand with Trump. A lot of friends I have, did a lot for Trump. Even in the very beginning, we were walking around Chicago with MAGA hats, and people didn't know how to respond when they saw you wearing a MAGA hat back in, what year was that, 2020? So, anyways, it's been a long journey, and the fact that Trump is the president is the greatest thing that could have ever happened. It was the destiny for America, but I believe that my campaign and all my life experiences and all my work and everything has built up to the destiny of this campaign. It's not like people don't just randomly run for Congress. Like, it takes, chutzpah, or it takes, will to power even. I mean, it is a journey running for Congress and putting your face in front of a camera and talking nonstop about things that you believe are very important. I'm trying to accurately describe the situation, while people like Darren LaHood are trying to essentially propagandize you to make you not know the financial back end of the situation. That's the problem with Darren LaHood.
This is your calling. You feel is this your moment, basically? You feel like this is your calling to do public service for the community of Illinois, the 16th district, right?
See, it is all about the 16th district, but you know it and I know it that most of these congressional people are talking about bigger issues that affect the nation, not just their district. The number of jobs in that district is one of the number one factors as a congressperson you want to be looking at. The mantra is always, it's the economy, stupid. Jobs, 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 jobs. Darren LaHood believes in jobs, but Big Beautiful Bill, it's not necessarily reciprocal to the district you live in. You're not getting a percentage of the Big Beautiful Bill based on who your congressperson is. That money gets chopped up and goes to the biggest corporations in the planet, NVIDIA, Google, Amazon. You can look at the $500 billion annual tax credit to the Fortune 500. Darren LaHood essentially taxed you again. He gave what would have been a future liability to the Fortune 500 of $500 billion a year. He gave them your money in taxes that they would have had to pay otherwise. So I'm just telling you, you have to stop voting for people that do this, because they're pulling the rug out underneath you and they're calling it big and beautiful. It's not beautiful. It's a big tax giveaway to the Fortune 500 that they're sticking you with as a taxpayer for future liabilities. This is merely offsetting tax liabilities to the population as opposed to the corporations. This is what's happening. This is the reality. This is the situation. It's not fair. They're treating you like the corporation that should be paying the taxes. It's just not fair. We, the people, are responsible for these bills, and they're gonna come due. And whether it comes out in inflation and eggs go to $10 and milk goes to $10 because of this inflation, a lot of the inflation will happen by foreign debt holders flooding into America and buying our assets, like they're doing in California. 1 out of every 5 house transactions are being done by the Chinese, and it's usually a young female, 21 years old, who comes in as the buyer. So they're going to buy up our assets because our money is out in the world, and America is a good place to spend it because we're the source of it, and we can keep it safe. We've got a big advantage, but we have to stop creating a fake economy. 40% of the economy is all based on borrowed money or future tax responsibilities for the American people. That's the situation. If people disagree with me, tell me where I'm wrong in my logic. Then I guess I'm correct. But some people want to keep kicking the can down the road. I'm not one of those people. I want to crush the can, gather it up, reorganize it, and recycle it. But to keep kicking cans is childish. And Darren LaHood is a child. I am a man running for Congress in the 16th district of Illinois. All right, that's my spiel. I hope you guys like it.
And the problem is, family was my jobs. Like, MAGA is only interested in what Trump wanted done. I wouldn't do MAGA, but I would you were in a case where you can separate yourself from his agenda of spending money. I just other MAGA don't want to hear that. Unless Trump said it first. Now, Trump said it, your brain can't be defended in that sense. I definitely believe in MAGA.
Trump may end up being King Midas because kicking the can down the road is the definition of a Ponzi scheme. And sometimes Ponzi schemes peak. Trump could be the peak of our Ponzi scheme. Even if we get a Republican in the office in the future, that Ponzi scheme may not have the Midas touch that Trump has. Trump does seem to be the magic man, and that's why I support him.
eyes off. Hey, you're bad guy. Might have to be big fish.
And he's a campaign donor. You know, you are a supposed Republican MAGA. The thing is, you can still support Trump, but not support his fiscal policy of borrowing and spending. The belief that borrowing and spending and the growth that it generates will outweigh the costs of that borrowing and spending is ludicrous. We're giving money away and reshifting the burden of future tax liabilities and responsibilities to the American taxpayers. That's all we're doing. And you don't feel it yet, but in 10 years from now, when your property taxes are still going through the roof and your income taxes are still going through the roof because it's the only way to sustain the debt, they're setting us up for a catastrophic, critical failure. And if we don't enact fiscal prudence now, we will never be able to right the direction of the ship. It will become runaway Weimar Republic inflation. That may sound, like a crisis actor saying that, but if you look at Germany in the 1920s, prices were doubling every day, every 2 days. And it's the same thing in Venezuela. This is how you inflate a currency. We are doing that. But then we also have a dishonest bargain with the Federal Reserve, which is a quasi-private institution in the same way that Fannie Freddie are. They're government funded. It's supposedly one big system, but with separate boards, separate rules, separate governance, private, secret, closed-door meetings. Does that sound fair to you as an American voter and taxpayer, that the Federal Reserve gets to have private, secret, closed-door meetings with no transparency, with international stakeholders in, dealing with what assets are going to get bought up in financial operations? So there's a lot of secrecy that the American taxpayers are not keen to. And, Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, they want to audit the Fed and end the Fed, shut down their secrecy, shut down their hidden shadow operations that the American voter and taxpayers have no insight or vote into. Why does one guy get to set the interest rate at 4%, 5%, 7%? I've seen the interest rate fluctuate from 2% up to 8% in my life at 42 years of age. That's not a bad, range, but the point is they're inflating the currency, and it's just, you can go to usdeclac.org and study all these, figures, and the Treasury API, Thomas Massey, has his own button lapel. We just hit 37 trillion plus. So the data is out there, and if people live their lives with personal responsibility and self-reliance, why isn't the government doing the same thing? It should mirror everybody's individual action in this room. Otherwise, it's dishonest, and it's not a good bargain.
So I had to step away for a minute to handle something in the house, and I had this room playing. Obviously, it's on speaker. One of my family members was like, "Are you watching the news? What news channel are you watching?" As they were listening to John speak. I said, "It's not news. It's Clubhouse." And this family member, normally when they hear Clubhouse, it's a lot of noise and people are issuing death threats, et cetera, et cetera. So my family member was like, listening to John speak, they were like, "Wow, he's so articulate and smart." I said, "He's running for Congress here in the state." She said, "He sounds like a politician." So there you go, John. You addressed one person in my house. They said, "You sound very smart, articulate, and very political." So I guess you're doing something right.
Yeah, the debt is a political topic because technically, we're all going to disappear and go through the same gate penniless. So the whole question is, how do we optimize the situation for future generations, or create a better game for the next generation? And what they're doing now is setting up future generations for disaster, for actual slavery to the banking industrial complex or the debt creation system. We should be like Norway and have a surplus, a $2 trillion surplus. We should be $37 trillion of debt going to $50 trillion. Like, we are the biggest group of hypocrites if we keep doing this, because it may seem cool to kick the can and run a Ponzi scheme, but if you start a Ponzi scheme in the real world, like Bernie Madoff, eventually it hits a critical mass, and it implodes, and disaster strikes, and you go to the goo. Wait, there's one more thing I want to say is that, Dr. Adams was talking about sexual harassment in the Dare in the Hood campaign in one of my videos where he was mentioning his penis and his butthole hair. And I want to thank you for that video because it is critical content like that that is going to embarrass the Dare in the Hood campaign, that an aide for the campaign would come on social media and use such vulgarity and profanity and attack the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover. It's shameless, and you, sir, are no gentleman. We will also be adding you to our list of defamation, libel, and slander. So you have been put on legal notice.
Not too much of my buddy Adams here, okay? We're Team the Hood. We're all in on this. You're officially gonna be finished off tonight. Pause on that. But let's it's a nice day. It's a nice day here in LA for me. It's a beautiful blue sky where I'm at. It's there's grass. There's just things to do right now. And I went way over my time, my grand opening of the one. And I really appreciate everybody showing up. And we are definitely gonna have to continue this spirited debate of your ending of your campaign, John.
No, this is your theoretical opinion that the campaign is ending tonight because you think you're going to organize another room and the chandelier is going to come crashing down, but it's not going to come crashing down on Jack's head, Matt. It's going to come crashing down on your head, Dr. Adams' head.
Down inside, my friend.
Oh, I'm not. Matt.
In your core,
Matt.
you are done.
Matt, I have been preparing for this moment. Matt, please hold. I have been preparing for this moment my whole life. I've never attacked you, made slanderous libel, claims against you. You to me are a fun, intelligent, and great guy. And I just got to tell you, if you can say it, it is not true. That's an ancient American saying. If you can say it, it is not true. So your clickbait, your fake news misinformation about the campaign ending tonight, I appreciate it. You're technically setting, the stage for this evening. But I just want to let all the campaign contributors know, do not fear. The only thing you have to fear is fear itself. I played Franklin Delano Roosevelt on Broadway in Annie. Okay, Matt? I've already played the president. This is a downgrade position for me. Darren LaHood is a cheap suit, a failed federal prosecutor in a lousy suit. He's created $20 trillion and skimmed 10 million of it, and it's sitting in his bank account. And plus, the guy's going to get a pension, and he's already made millions of dollars. And his family's law firm is involved in all types of federal legal legislation and billing. So, you want to talk about parasites and people who suck from the system and put on a big smile with their suit and they shake hands with cops and veterans? That's all a show. This guy is the biggest thief among us. I'm trying to expose the fraud, waste, grift, corruption, and basically the skimming with the lobbyists on K Street. This is how business is done. I say no. Vote Kitover. He's gonna put your grandchildren in the hood because there'll be nothing left because they've already skimmed it and it's all gone overseas to offshore bank accounts. So Dr. Adams can claim that LaHood is good for the hood, but truthfully, he's putting us in the hood. He's stealing from us. He's not filling the treasury with reserves and flooding our savings. This guy is stealing from you and creating liabilities for you.
Well, respectfully, John, that's your problem here in Chicago. I feel that in my expertise being here in California, that LaHood is better for the hood over there in Chicago.
I don't want to get too far into this. I think we've had a fair, mini debate to set the stage, for future stuff coming up. And John, you stated your case, and I respect that. I have no hard feelings for you personally at this moment. I do think the campaign will have a demise very soon. Maybe it's not tonight, maybe it's not tomorrow, but my gut feeling is this all comes to an end pretty soon. I
I need the inversion. I need the inversion. I just updated my profile. I'm no longer anonymous. This is John speaking. You know, I want to set the record straight. I want to set the record straight and not be anonymous. But you know, I'm gonna pin because this room is on record, and I think the One House is a great rebranding effort. And I think if you had the attitude that this is one house, and you really did realize that we are all on the same ship, whether it's the United States ship or the world ship, just depends on a question of your relativity, how far you can zoom out and how much compassion, friendliness, and kindness you have. But I gotta tell you, this is a runaway pirate ship, and there's a lot of people sitting on the deck, smoking cigars at the pool, ripping you off by giving away hundreds of billions of dollars a month in future tax liabilities that you are responsible for, the voter. And if you listen to Ron Paul and his farewell speech to Congress, he says we are bankrupt, but we're not gonna admit it. And the truth is, at $37 trillion, you are fucking bankrupt. And I just think that this artificial economy is one giant deception, and it's a word game. It's hypnosis, and the cognitive distortion is that if we stop putting the oil in the engine will break, and the car will go nowhere. That's just not true. Our American liberty is fortified by the perimeter of, these 50 states. It's ours. We've got the real assets, We're just sitting on a huge mortgage with $1 trillion a year interest payment. So, I don't know, again, I just go back to the only thing you have to fear is fear itself. I believe, talking about the Federal Reserve and talking about debt is political in nature. But most politicians will never actually discuss it or accurately describe the situation, which can induce a sense of panic, because you realize the system in many ways is a Ponzi scheme, a scam, a fraud, and so, if we want true responsibility, true maturity, and we want to be actual academics and intelligent people discussing the fiscal crisis, I use Grok a lot to pull the numbers. Most people on this app will never give you a citation. It's all opinion, and it's heated discourse. And a lot of people repeat themselves over and over and over again on this app. I probably do as well. But anyways, Matt, I thank you for the opposition, and I look forward to debating tonight. What time are you doing the room?
That's still being determined at this point, but I'll clearly keep you informed.
Hey, John, can you give me, I really don't know, I'm asking this question, can you give me the mathematical reason that debt is the problem? Like, what's the formula that I look up for debt?
Do a cross comparison between Weimar Republic economics and U.S. economics, or just go to any country like Zimbabwe that has $100 billion notes and just realize how you inflate a currency supply. It's the M2 money supply. Go to usdebtcollect.org, and if you look at 2050, I asked Grok, what is the national interest payment annually at 2050 based on current debt growth? It's $4 trillion a year. And we only collect $5 trillion a year in taxes. So if we're only left with $1 trillion, but we're still spending $7 trillion, we're just essentially creating a massive pile of forever debt, which will result in a critical breaking point. It could be that the critical breaking point, in terms of like price, multiplication, where everything starts going up in price, and it could be the year 2150. So it might not be our problem where we hit that insane point. But hold on one second. Hold on one second, John. Hold on. I'm not finished. Hold on. Now, if I were to say that, forensic accounting and actuarial science and mathematics, are just another form of communication spam, okay, because shit rolls downhill, and it's better to be in Chicago, New York, LA, or Miami than fucking Zimbabwe. I hope that helps clear things up for you, John.
You're saying that it's better to be in a place with more people and a larger economy than a smaller economy?
Let me just tell you again, when you're sitting in a $2 billion Federal Reserve office in Washington, D.C., talking to the White House, that's where the ball of shit starts rolling downhill, okay? And it's better to be at the top of that hill than the bottom of that hill, which you could call Zimbabwe.
Well, yeah, I'm sure. I mean, Zimbabwe, you're saying Zimbabwe has a lot of debt. I don't know what Zimbabwe's debt is. What's the debt number in Zimbabwe that's drowning them so in inflation? Like, do you have reoccurring debt, or are you talking about mandatory spending? Because I don't know anything about Zimbabwe economy.
Well, geographic proximity matters. Think about your love life. Most people's love life is within 5 miles of their immediate point, of reference. So I'm just saying that, in my opinion, as an American, I would rather live in New York, LA, Miami, Chicago, Austin, Dallas, Seattle, anywhere other than a mud hut on the Congo. So that's why I say shit rolls downhill. We're at the top of the heap, but we are slowly eroding our position. And but because of World War II, we still got the #1 position. We're very lucky. I'm just saying we have a huge advantage.
John, your campaign is circling the bull. I'm telling you, it's circling the bull.
No, I know this show is almost over.
It's circling the bull, man. It's just it's like a turd. Oh, well, ask John.
Just asking a question.
Oh, no, not you, John. I'm talking about the John next to you.
The silent H John. Okay, I'm the pretending John. Sorry.
Yeah, no, the silent H John is running.
He's running for Congress.
He's running for Congress.
Like, look, guys, I just heard about modern monetary theory, and while I'm not an economist, it seems to make mathematical sense why that's the case. Why a good short chunk of debt is an asset, depending on where that debt is allocated, right? Like, if I have a debt, but I own a house, and I have the debt of the house, and I'm keeping these payments on that house, then that's not bad debt, that's good debt, because I'm waylaying the payment, so if anything happens, I have the extra capital to do the thing with the asset. So I don't see debt as a bad thing. John's saying that debt is a bad thing, carte blanche. I'm trying to figure out how that mathematically makes sense. I looked at the stuff he's talking about that doesn't have any mathematical formulas in it. So I'm just trying to find.
Well, I mean, you have to look at it on a country. You have to look at it on a country-to-country basis. If you look at Saudi Arabia and Norway, they have no national debt. They have trillion-dollar surpluses sitting in their reserves and in their private banks that they own or international banks. I'm just saying America's debt implosion is already now $37 trillion. Only reason why we're able to pay $1 trillion a year in interest is because we're able to borrow $1 trillion a year at 4%, or whatever we're borrowing from the Federal Reserve. So I'm just saying the whole system is one huge fucking Ponzi scheme, and that's what's called kicking the can down the road and creating more omnibus, more HRX, and continuing to fund hundreds of billions of dollars a year to Fortune 500, as well as other tax redeferral and tax liabilities placed on future voters and future taxpayers. It's one giant scheme to skim as much as possible out of the substance of our country. And a lot of this goes to international offshore banking in the Caribbean, et cetera. Do you remember the Panama Papers? A lot of the money generated from Afghan, Iraq, Halliburton, all these big corporations, so much profit has been taken from our treasury and put offshore into international tax, economic zones, or free, liberty zones, basically, where they don't have to pay taxes, like Switzerland. There's a lot of very rich families out there that have stolen from the treasury of the U.S. because of Congress and their never-ending HRX. They're giving our money away.
John, that's how you get rich, though, man, is exploit the system and not get arrested for it. That's how you get rich.
I got a question for you. John with the H. Like you talked about the debt, the house debt and the good debt. Now imagine you got a debt on the house, but yet the payment is more than your income. So therefore now you got to go out and steal money from your neighbors to keep paying that debt. Would you still consider that being a good debt?
Well, I'm saying that you have to pay the debt. You're talking about stealing. I don't know if it's qualified like that. I would say that you're increasing revenue. You're trying to increase revenue to cover the debt. Like, I think most business people have debt
Well, you know, the thing is, if you're not in that supply, if you're not in that network, I mean, this is the thing about having a social security number. We have a solidified network of Americans. And if you're outside of that social security number network, life is more difficult. So the question to me is, how do we optimize the spend? How do we also stop borrowing and spending, and how do we reduce the annual deficit and the national deficit, or the national, as well as the unfunded liabilities? I'm telling you, if you go to usdebtclock.org and you really make a thorough study of those tables, and you click each one of those numbers, it'll give you a further breakdown of what those numbers mean. And at every individual level, you're already born $120,000 into debt, and every American has $120,000 in debt. That's with, that's with the unfunded liabilities, which is $100 trillion, and so that's a 4x to what the current debt
When
is.
you do that number, right, indulge me for a minute. If you take the entirety of the wealth of the upper 1%, that totally wipes out the debt owed by the 99%. And so if you have a group of citizens that are all kind of in this together, and we all live here, their worth, the reason that we don't have inflation in Zimbabwe is because the total net worth of the people who live here that pay taxes is greater than the amount of the debt owed.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I.e., Apple is worth the entirety of the national debt.
Not even close. So if you go to usdebtclock.org, you can also see there's something called hidden assets, which is over $200 trillion. So if we were to liquidate a lot of U.S. assets like federal buildings, federal lands, federal mineral rights, and we were to liberate our economy, we could generate trillions of dollars a year in revenue to start paying down the debt. But we would be giving up our most precious reality, our actual physical land, to foreign investors who would come in and bid on those, lands. Plus, it would be like giving away Indian reservations with unlimited opportunity. It would be giving away our very soul, which is, in time of need, we want that land and we want to expand on it, because 300 million people could become a billion people.
Everybody that I know that makes over $1 million pays from an equity position. So they own things. They paid on those things to own them. Their money's parked there, and those are all assets and not liabilities. So as the price value goes up, their total net worth goes up, and that is essentially inflation. I think the capital underlying the difference between what wages should be and what wages are, i.e., the $300,000 worth of debt owed by every American citizen, who should be in the $63 an hour range, where capital's taking advantage of them through Congress and through lawmaking and through bureaucracy, etc., is the real problem with the national debt, not what the 1% is paying, because they're paying like 20% of the taxes.
Well, the 1% are paying 50% of all taxes.
No, okay, I mean, my bad, 50%.
But the point is, to steal from the rich to pay the debt doesn't solve the problem. We could just stop the borrowing and spending and let all sleeping dogs lie. If we were to just spend $5 trillion a year as opposed to $7 trillion, and only spend what we take in and have a balanced budget act, that would be a much more common sense approach to running this economy, as opposed to creating $2 trillion in new debt every year.
I mean, if you can lower mandatory spending and all that, I mean, I don't know what your plan is, right? But you got to cut something, right? So what do you pronounce to cut out of our mandatory and our other spending?
Yeah, I would cut spending by $2 trillion a year. I would take $1.8 trillion out of Medicare, Medicaid, and $0.2 trillion or $200 billion out of the defense budget. So that's $2 trillion a year, brings us back to $5 trillion a year. Boom, Medicare, Medicaid, National Defense Authorization Act.
Pass it. Let's get it ratified. I'm on board. Let's go.
Well, the point is, you actually stop passing acts, you stop creating bills, and you cut the budgets now, and you stop borrowing and spending. That requires no new HR acts, no new omnibuses. You can't keep creating more cans to kick.
I want to see the math, bro. I'm totally like, let's share a Google sheet. We can have AI write most of the math out here, write a script, pull the numbers, build beautiful soup with Python. Let's put the math together, look at where those cuts would be, and actually write the bill. I'm 100% on board. I'll throw $100,000 into writing that bill, and it's probably going to cost like $300,000. So I'll throw the money into writing the bill. We can make the national debt better, and I don't know how that better supplies for people, but I'd love to see the aspect.
See, if we cut Medicare, Medicaid by 1.8 trillion and the National Defense Authorization Act, we kill two birds with one stone as we take out two of the biggest enemies of the American Republic, which is Big Pharma and the military-industrial complex.
Really quickly, Matt, when you have this debate room tonight, please ping me, just in case I don't see it in the hallway.
You know, Matt, even you supporting Darren LaHood and Dr. Adams supporting Darren LaHood for Congress versus me, John Kitover, you are a part of this destiny equation as well. And I thank you, Matt, and I thank you, Dr. Adams.
This is heavy for a Sunday. You guys must not smoke a lot. This is a low weed room.
You brought in a lot, John, without the age, silent age. So that is a future room. We could definitely do a room on that. Just maybe we could do maybe John could live stream it since he's so good at this stuff. The breakdown of the what he has proposed for a budget and the national debt and all this stuff. That'd be an interesting room.
So John, I just posted a link to a video. If you can watch the video, tell me what you think. That's actually a video that took place of an incident that took place in actually Chicago.
Okay, let me take a look.
John, silent age, John, all about just the grand opening of my house, though. Pretty heavy here.
Sorry, Adams, that's your personal Instagram, and unfortunately, it opened it in a browser, so I couldn't see it. But feel free to describe what it is.
Hey, John, you said basically put 1.8 trillion in Medicare. That makes it get rid of over.
No, they're spending $4 trillion a year on it already. That leaves them 1.2 trillion.
That's how their budget is 2 trillion now. So what you guys understand, what I'm really interested in is when you crunch that amount of money, what does that money represent is the very interesting part. And the amount of money you're cutting, what does that represent?
The stock market and all corporations associated with that budget cut will implode, and those companies will go from 90 PEs down to 4 PEs. They will not exist in their current form. Well, welcome to the national austerity movement, where people are going to have to tighten their belts and figure out a way to operate in a real economy. Well, see, gentlemen, all you're proposing is kicking the can down. You gentlemen are literally proposing that we continue to operate a Ponzi scheme, gentlemen. You gentlemen want to operate a Ponzi scheme. I'm trying to stop the Ponzi scheme, and you gentlemen just want to keep operating a Ponzi scheme, kicking cans. But that might be what you guys like to do. Do you gentlemen like to kick cans and operate Ponzi schemes? I don't. I'm fighting against it. You guys are merely trying to support it and say my positions are wrong, but you're wrong.
Hold on. Let me just say something. It is completely pointless to talk about debt spending with this man. Let's move on to another issue that actually affects people living in his district. So, John, would you consider yourself to be transphobic?
I think if men want to dress up as women in public, God bless them. But if they also support genital mutilation and puberty blockers, and you want to mutilate a child who's having gender dysphoria and suffers from a mental health disorder like depression, I think you're a butcher. And I think Medicare, Medicaid, which is spending billions on transgender operations, should immediately be stopped. And in fact, all individuals involved with it should be put on a roster not to receive any future federal funding or any employment salary whatsoever from the federal government.
You know, there's just short of 3,000 transgender voters in your district. I actually looked it up. And I think that if you change your position and embrace trans women, I mean, of course we can all agree that children should not be getting gender transitions. But if you reached out to the adult voting transgender women, maybe if you did like a transgender outreach, John, you could maybe secure almost 3,000 signatures.
Well, that's where guys like you come into. Hold on, John. John, hold on. He's asking me a question about the transgender voters in the 16th district. I want to let them all know in this clip, which I'm going to post to a short on YouTube, that I want your support. But people like Dr. Adams are actually the hypocrites that live amongst us. They are literally promoting for more debt, a Ponzi scheme that Darren LaHood is involved in. It's a scam. He's created $20 trillion in debt and has over $10 million from Big Pharma, Big Health Insurance, and Big Telecom. Because even Big Telecom is involved in this scam. Darren LaHood has voted on the Rural Broadband Act and has given Comcast, AT&T, Verizon $65 billion not to build any additional fiber or network in this country. No one's getting it. All this money gets used up in their current operations and there's no deployment. It's just another giveaway. So though the trans voters in the 16th district may not like my position on LGBTQ or the transgender movement, all I can say is you're still on the same boat as I am and everyone else is. This debt is also trans debt. So we need to essentially stop borrowing and stop spending, or the trans people will have, no house or room to complain in.
I think you were missing my whole point. So let the record reflect, okay, that if he does not win, it's because he didn't take my suggestion to do enough transgender outreach.
John, what district did you live in? I don't.
16th district in Illinois. The biggest towns are Rockford and Peoria, Bloomington, Normal, Illinois.
Oh, right. Yeah, I love it. As soon as Trump got it, as soon as I got it, as soon as Trump got like right when I saw it, I was like, I went to Mexico.
So, Matt, I don't know if you're open to this, Matt, but we do have another job applicant to the campaign to elect John Kitover. So if you'd like, we could do a conference call and live stream an actual applicant into a room. But that would mean that, it'd have to be uninterrupted because I don't want to waste these people's time. But if you want, and I asked them prior, say, hey, you're on an online conference call. Is it okay if the call be recorded? I'm sure she would say yes, but she's interviewing for the position. So we can do that interview if you want.
I will take counsel with my fellow LaHood person here, Dr. Adams. So I will get back to you on that. Thank you.
I haven't settled on a name. I think are we still going with the LaHood LaBoos?
Hey, John, I'm just curious. A lot of business yourself. Like, is this coming?
Yeah, so look at my PTR. You want to see my business? Look at my PTR. It's about 15 cell phones. It's got about 30 YouTube channels. So I'm an online media creator, John. I've been getting paid 5 years here to record Clubhouse. On your taxpayer dime. Adams is easily triggered. Adams is easily triggered.
Look at how many phones he has in his PTR. Does this look like the same person that we won in Washington? Like, are y'all okay?
Are y'all okay? Like, John, I'm just asking from, like, can we sit down and, like, do you have an SEC file?
Sir, please check my profile. I know you're new. I know you're new to the campaign. I know you're new to the conversation, but this has been going on for many weeks now. I don't have time to sit here and pull everything in this room because I've done it all in so many formal rooms for you. But feel free to find me on Instagram.
To answer your question, yes, he does. Unfortunately, he does.
Like, I don't know what you do.
It's in my profile. It's in my profile. It's in my profile. It's in my profile. Matt, I gotta give it to you, man. You know how to create and stir the pot, but guess what? It takes people to stir your pot. So I hope you've enjoyed the show. And, I thank you also for the Pepe and Dr. Adams show that I piped into Mojo's room and recorded. I thought that was a lot of fun. And Dr. Adams and Pepe put on a great show. And Matt, you know, you're basically, if you look at that house, it's technically a circus. And you are the circus master. Congratulations, Matt. You're doing a great job.
Decided that is a jab or a compliment. I'm going back and forth. But
No, it's basically like saying, you know, you're a plantation owner and you enjoy sometimes watching a squabble.
let's not go there.
Well, you're the green bean. You're the green bean in a big red house. Let's be honest here. You're the green bean in a big red house.
We were civil. Playing the big up the plantation. What is next? Reparations? I mean, come on, man. Well, we know John is
Well, it looks like a plantation house to me. Looks like a plantation house to me. Maybe work on your branding and your logo. Because guess what? The Darren LaHood campaign is nothing but a plantation house for debt slaves working in a field. That's all you are, is debt slaves working in a plantation field.
Why? Because two black people are supporting him?
I am trying to liberate you from plantation lifestyle, and you just want to keep working on the LaHood, working on LaHood's plantation slave debt. Debt, $37 trillion in national debt, $100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities. Go to usdebtclock.org to see more.
John, they're not running, sir. You're saying that you know how to manage money. So do you have like $20 million today, or are you wealthy? You want to look at your net worth?
You want to do a net worth comparison? You go first.
I would love to.
Go first, go ahead.
I got more in my trading account than I spent on options frivolously.
Well, guess what? Guess what? Since I'm running for Congress and you're not, you know what I had to do? I had to file what's called a campaign financial disclosure report. Feel free to Google it and look it up, John, because some of us got receipts. Some of us have receipts. Yes, Google it. I'm not going to do all these Googles for you. Let me tell you, go to my profile, follow all my social media, John. I don't have time for all your little one-on-one queries. Feel free to send it to Google. I used to work at Google, and guess what? We had an acronym at Google. It's called Let Me Ask Google for You. So go ahead, John.
Oh, Lord. This is stressful. God. John, is this your first time dealing with John, the crazy congressman?
Yeah, this is the first time I've ever had the displeasure of speaking with John.
This is the first time I've done it.
You know, there's a reason why you don't have an H in your name, John.
Yeah, intelligence, brevity. I like terse things.
Well, maybe if you didn't have an H in your name, you'd be beating LaHood.
Well, you know, maybe I'd get more APAC money, because that's the Jewish way.
Sorry,
of
John, I didn't mean
spelling
to cut you off. I just have to put him in his place.
Listen.
John, let's get real. Listen, you know,
He's got a lot of phones, but I got way more followers.
Exactly. Now, they got personal. We got really personal. He took a shot at.
I get like 50,000 hits a day.
Exactly, John. Is that right?
Well, I'm here stirring the pot with a guy with 50,000 hits a day. Wow, I'm stirring the pot with a big guy here. Wow.
I only came in here because I know politics. That's the only reason I came in here.
Oh, that's the only reason you came in here, and you're sticking around and stirring the pot. Stirring the pot, one stroke at a time. Stirring the pot, one stroke at a time.
John, that is the only reason they come in here is for Wallace. Good point.
Well, you know, the other reason is you stir the pot, and I pointed that out, that you're the circus master.
I have done nothing. I am not.
You're the green bean moderator. You're the leader. You're the leader. You're the moderator.
Hold on. I ain't no plantation owner. I'm gonna make that very clear.
You got a big red house in your PTR. That's racist. That's a PTR for a racist plantation house. You're a racist.
Not what that is.
You are racist. That's a plantation house in your PTR.
That is slander.
One red house? That's a plantation house. You're a racist, Matt. Hakima's giving me emoji approval. Hakima is giving me emoji approval, Matt.
You're a nasty person.
You're the nasty person. You're the one with the plantation house in your PTR. And you create hate rooms with Pepe doxing our beautiful mojo, ruining our positive vibrations. How dare you do that to Roger? Letting Roger get doxed. You're putting Roger's life at risk with these people, Matt.
You are putting Roger's life at risk with these people, Matt. Take ownership. Take responsibility for what you're doing, Matt.
That is for the hood. He's for the black community. You're not. Final. Period.
Take responsibility for the hate speech rooms you're creating, Matt.
Listen, I just want to chime in and say, y'all better leave Roger alone. That's it. I'm done.
Yeah, that's right. Leave Roger. Roger ain't here. God bless Wallace.
Wallace is great because he doesn't run his mouth nonstop. I'm here campaigning. You're here running your mouth, and Matt creates hate speech rooms. Well, go ahead, donate to the campaign for the hood and keep kicking that can down the road in the debt plantation field with the rest of you. If you don't believe in this economic message of liberty, you are part of Matt's hate speech content creation. I can show you the math. Go to usdebtclock.org right now. That's the truth of the earth, brother.
No, I see your math on correction. The correction is the KPI over time. That's what I'm saying. Like just general accounting. Why you did this first. If you've done that, so you put that out there. It should be proprietary.
Yeah, it all comes out of the Treasury API. Thomas Massey's got a little lapel pen that says $37 trillion. It comes right out of the Treasury.gov API. Sorry, John, but those are the numbers we go off of, what the government puts out. It's called the Treasury. I worked there for the past 5 years, but now I'm campaigning for Congress in the 16th District of Illinois against Darren LaHood. And Matt, I'd like you to pin the link to my campaign donation page, if you may. I hope I've given you the content you're looking for.
Okay, so now we have a bigger problem. So you're telling me that for the last 5 years, when you've been violating all of our privacy and recording people, you were doing it on government time? As a requirement of the Treasury employee? Is that what you're telling me, John?
Listen, I fulfilled all the responsibilities of my position. I work from home. Everything is documented. Everything is paid for. I'm paid by the Treasury. I pay to the Treasury just like you, and we all have $100,000 to $400,000 in future tax liabilities. If you're with the campaign for Darren LaHood and you're not with John Kitover, you stand with Ponzi schemers, you stand with can kickers, and you will never give liberty or justice to your fellow citizens because you're too stupid to know what liberty and justice is. This is John Kitover for the 16th District, and I am finished speaking. And when I am finished speaking, you are entitled to your time because I will listen to your long, drawn-out, numberless bullshit of telling me about KPIs and his.
I'm done with it. I'm done with it. Get this guy out of here. I'm never returning to my house again. This plantation. I'll make sure that the last plantation that you're on that you'll never ever see again. Just you do. You just watch your mouth. Little stinker. Sorry, I usually don't lose my cool like that. Welcome, Trayvon. How are you this afternoon? And welcome back, by the way, too.
Well, Matt, if you lose your cool, you can't be mad cool. So, don't let it happen.
Damn, I looked away from the phone for a second. Y'all put the congressman in the goop. This is diabolical. Just joking.
He makes more sense down there and why than up here.
Last I heard, he was accusing you of being the plantation owner, man.
Jesus Christ, the nerve to come into my house, and accuse me of having a plantation. This guy, this is the guy. This is the crazy congressman.
Oh, goodness, I love it. Listen, John calls it clown house, and it's the perfect term for this app because I swear, like I keep saying, it doesn't matter what room you pop into, there's always at least one character, a cast of characters. John, respectfully, you seem to be the star of Clown House.
Every woman is a star.
And I'm so thoroughly entertained. That's what he calls it. Congressman calls it Clown House.
So I'm just looking at the map, and I have never seen any politician show me the map of why their idea worked. It's in a spreadsheet with a power. Let me just not go to fuller plot on like buzzwords and where it pulls what, transparency, like some Microsoft BI. Do you not have somebody? I'll do it for free. Send me the spreadsheet, and I'll create you the graphs that show why your idea works. I'd be happy to do it. I'm still looking for America to be better, like numbers. Let's do it.
I'm just curious to know what John thought your plantation would be called. Like, do you think it was going to be called like Cool Cotton Farms, or I mean, like, what? Yeah, like I'm trying to understand.
That should have a plantation. I'm in favor of you having a plantation, but I don't think that's a bad thing. Black people do. We can step it up. Let's make some pairings. Let's get the confidence for all the sugar.
Matt, John's trying to come back up. This is your house. I'll let you handle it. Or your space. So that's on Matt if he wants to bring the congressman back.
Let me, let me consult my counsel here. Dr. Adams, what do you think?
Yeah, let it back up. Yeah.
No, I think first.
Oh yeah, no, his campaign's over after that. You know?
Okay, John, let me just answer your question about the economics. I'm going to say calm and composed because it's a very simple, sweet answer. You run a business for a profit. And so as employees of the federal government, should be a national endeavor to run the government as a for-profit business as opposed to a debt liability creator and a tax debt creation system. In the same way that Norway or Saudi Arabia runs their government at a profit, they have a national sovereign wealth fund. We have a national debt wealth fund, which is not wealth, that's tax liabilities. So run the government like a business and we will start to solve our problems in a business-like way. Otherwise, this is Clown Town and it's a clown show and you can use your cute little questions, but we all know that it's not being run like a business. And if we're adults and not children and we don't want to act like clowns in the Clown Town or in the tent, and we want to be responsible adults, we run this like a business.
Sure, I don't agree with you that the government should make profit. I think building infrastructure, building transportation, and taking care of healthcare is totally a business that you're gonna lose money in. The customer acquisition for one, and I'm educated about how healthcare works, how the transit system works, that is not profitable to do in a good way. So that's not a problem unless you're gonna lose a certain amount of money. That money is then paid for by the taxpayers who are using that system. So therefore they pay for the system. And that's how you control pharmaceutical costs, is that the taxpayers are paying for the system. There's only a certain amount of money per taxpayer, so that's the cost that we incur on the taxpayer. And the amount of money that we give the pharmaceutical company in research and tax breaks makes up for the fact that they only get $25 for the insulin. So I think that's a perfectly workable system that's reasonable. And I think those numbers are reasonable, and I can show you why.
Okay, can I respond?
That the health of the population, hold on one second, that the health of the population and that being greater and their upward mobility being greater is therefore producing more of a profit, and that's how you get a profit from the mechanism. You don't get a profit from the front. But sure, go ahead.
Okay, this is my response. I listened to everything you said with incredible attention, so I knew really appropriately to respond to what you're saying. And John, let me just tell you this. When you run a business to the ground, there's a lot of hurt feelings. And sometimes when you restructure a business because it's not making a profit, the outcome is a lot of hurt feelings. And I can promise you, if I get into Congress, I'm going to hurt a lot of feelings because K Street and all the lobbyists that let Congressman LaHood skim $10 million out of the $20 trillion in debt, I'm going to hurt their feelings by giving them no more money. We're cutting $1.8 trillion from Medicare, Medicaid, and $200 billion from the National Defense Authorization Act, saving us $2 trillion a year and bringing our annual expenditure to $5 trillion a year, in line with what we collect at the IRS through the Treasury. So that's my official economic position. We have to run the government like a business. We can't spend more than we take in, and we are now running at a profit, and that means paying down the debt at $37 trillion and $1 trillion a year in national interest. So until we stop acting like children and run this like real businessmen, we are running it to the ground, and we're going to hurt feelings either way.
That's 81.
So has anyone
The
here?
thing that we have in business is that we have like a variance. And so like Steve Jobs talks about this a lot because he had it in the tech industry. And so like when you change what you're doing from an infrastructure operations standpoint, you have a variance, and that can be different things based on how much stuff you deferred. So the fact of pulling money away from health when you have a dependency to take care of people via law will cause an increase in cost. So your 1-to-1 ratio that I need this cut equals such an expenditure to be less is incorrect and will probably cause a 300% larger expenditure. I believe that mathematically, for reasons of redundancy and replication within the system, that you're kind of investing things in the system, and when that happens, from a functional standpoint and a mathematical standpoint, you defer the cost like maintenance. If you defer the maintenance cost, that maintenance cost goes up exponentially per quarter, whether you like it or not. And then at the end of that transition, you did save money in the short term, but in the long term, the projection is for deferred maintenance, which costs 30% more, which is now hundreds of percentages more points than you would have paid had you done the maintenance on schedule, i.e. the mandatory spending. So I think in a mathematical breakdown, you'll look at these points and you'll see that the variance month over month, as we just normally calculate it in a business, is greater than spending the money up front. You disagree about that, I get that.
Okay, let me reply. Let me know when you're ready for me to reply. Go ahead, Joe.
You're replying to something you haven't heard before.
There's something I want to, there's a little clip. Okay, there's a little clip I want to play you. And this is how I would describe my economic policy for the American people.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth. It's a cash now. I have an annuity, but I need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth. It's a cash now.
That's me. That's my phone. I don't even know what was that. Like, I'm just.
He's saying that he wants the way that they couch this in intellectualism is they want a profit first agenda, which I mean you can say from a business, but you know when you have a profit first agenda, you still need to work.
He can't run a business. You think that he owns a copyright to that jingle? Okay, he just aired it on Clubhouse and on freaking YouTube. Like this dude is not like he has a really poor business acumen.
Look, guys, I'm not a great businessman or anything. Like I lost a good salary trying to sell Christmas trees in Florida, so I'm not like this great business mind. I'm saying that like running a business that's semi-profitable in the American economy isn't very hard, and the rules are favorable to doing that. If you're worried about taxes, that's a weird thing. Because I don't know your
That's the quote I wanted to get to. It's your money, use it when you need it.
And tie it up in, legalese until they leave. So it's real estate. It's your money, use it when you need it. Like, because I don't know real estate in California. I have no fucking idea what's done. I'm just saying that, rich people that I know, I don't know any rich people, hanging out with rich people all week, and none of them seem to talk about taxes. They don't talk about Trump. They don't talk about taxes. Like, what they're most worried about is, like, a service or a thing that they want that's not currently available. Like, I don't hear anyone talk about, like, profit tax. Only 4 people.
I mean, so in the line of work of what I do, hello? Can you all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. No, you're good. So the line of work of what I do is, I encounter wealthy people on a daily basis. And they're very much so concerned about taxes, especially in the line of work that I'm in, where you have somebody who is towards the end of life
and family members and financial proxies are having to make decisions in either raising funds to be able to pay for that end of life, and the given situation that I mentioned with that mansion tax. The mansion tax doesn't just apply to homes that are 5,000 square feet and above. That's literally the definition of what a mansion is. A mansion tax basically is a tax on a property that is worth $5 million and above. That could be a 2-bedroom condo at the beach in certain sections of Los Angeles. So, it's you see what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's a lot of people are practically having that conversation, and, it is a very relevant thing. Now, as far as income taxes, everybody can always want to make more. You do have wealthy people that would like to pay no taxes. Seriously, you do have wealthy people out there that would like to pay no taxes. So I just, I'm pushing back respectfully just a little bit in saying that that's disingenuous intellectually to say that wealthy people to a certain scale don't complain about taxes. I know plenty of wealthy people that would go to federal prison to save time, to save a buck on taxes.
Real quick, is NY here?
Yes, no, I'm here. I was in the back channel.
Yeah, just a question. I defer to you. Should we let the crazy congressman back up or not?
Here we go.
Gentlemen, I say yes. I say yes, only because, I'm entertained by the congressman. But, oh, you let him up, okay.
Thank you, Nye. This campaign keeps marching on because of good people like you. Beautiful people like you.
This campaign? John, can you tell me about the phones? Why so many phones now? Is this like channels or whatever?
I have 30 plus YouTube accounts. They're all across these phones. 30 plus Instagram accounts. I've uploaded 20,000 YouTube videos, 20,000 Instagram videos of people like you talking here on Clown House, having heated conversations, wasting all their time.
So you're spending time in quantities of violating people's sense of, comfort. Let me ask you this: how many psychotropic medications are you prescribed?
Well, I just want to let you know that that's defamation, libel, and slander. I'm going to be sending a lawsuit to the campaign to elect Darren LaHood.
Go ahead. I asked you a question. I didn't confirm. Let me ask you this: how many psychotropic medications are you prescribed? So, I'm simply asking how many psychotropic medications are you prescribed?
Well, just want to let you know that that's defamation, libel, and slander. I'm going to be sending a lawsuit to the campaign to elect Darren LaHood.
Go ahead. Let me ask you this: how many psychotropic medications are you prescribed?
Well, just want to let you know that that's definitely.
Well, that's just a really good way to frame the question. Like you're a lawyer. Lawyers do that all the time. When did you stop beating your wife, for instance, right? Is the question you always hear in civil lawsuits. That's just fair as fair goes. There's always holding in a football play. Deal with it.
All right. Well, we will also be submitting this libel and slander suit and defamation by Dr. Adams and the Darren LaHood campaign to YouTube. Thank you very much, Dr. Adams, for your contribution to the campaign today.
John, let me ask you a question. Have you ever been sued?
Let me ask you a question, Dr. Adams. Have you ever been sued? Because the campaign to elect John Kitover is preparing defamation and libel slander lawsuits against you, as well as the campaign to elect Darren LaHood. So thank you very little, Dr. Adams.
Get in line.
Please, hey, John, throw me in there.
Dr. Adams, have you ever been sued? Because the campaign to elect John Kitover is preparing defamation and libel slander lawsuits against you, as well as the campaign to elect Darren LaHood. So thank you very little, Dr. Adams.
Get in line.
Please, Darren, I would be happy to be a partner to elect Darren LaHood, just so that I can be partner to the lawsuit against Mr. John. Just to let you know. You call me, I'll be a partner. We'll get all sorts of discovery, boy. We're gonna have some depositions here. Woo! We're gonna have depositions.
Well, you might get your chance tonight. Because Matt's gonna hold a round two to this incredible conversation, and we're gonna get Marshall there, we're gonna get Brad there, we're gonna get Mojo's positive vibration experience. John, you might be there. I know Hakeem is gonna be there, one of my #1 campaign contributors.
Oh, no,
Nye's gonna be an organizer. Thank you, Dr. Adams, and thank you, Matt.
Incredible conversation. Don't get too excited, because let me tell you what's happening right now. Right now is the viewing, right? Tonight is going to be the funeral of your campaign. Wait that up. And I think it's safe to say that Mojo will likely not be there, so let's not put him on the file. Let's just let Mojo on that one. It's for the record. By the way, a little housekeeping note, and I will be leaning on John for this particular piece. Even sometimes useful idiots become useful. Yeah, no. John.
Now, real quick, I also came in here because Agent was in here, and I fucking love Agent.
Oh.
They're genius.
Oh, so wait, Agent is not John? Agent is a real person, it's not a John account?
No, it's a real person.
Oh, okay, cool.
But let me just say this. John, when you were sitting in that live room of Pepe reading out Roger's information, I'm telling you right now, you contributed to the problem, and you've now memorialized that said information on YouTube. So again, unintended consequences.
Doctor, can I get you guys? I know y'all like trying to go on, but can you tell me what happened with Pepe? Because I ain't been here for like 6 months or 8 months or something like that.
Just 1 second, John.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Do your thing, and then just let me know what happened. So me and with the team.
Yeah. No, actually, John, I was gonna ask you, how long do replays go for before I have to cut them off?
Oh, they go for at least 10 hours.
Okay, probably like 4 or 5, right? Yeah. Good.
Yeah, and it'll cut off after, because I used to host marathon rooms, and we would go at least 10 hours, maybe a little longer before the replays automatically shut off.
Got it.
Yeah, they got still
Like,
someone.
carry on, John. You want to say something? Go ahead. Silent H, John.
He wanted to know what happened to Pepe. Pepe's been on a document for proceeding. Pepe went and doxed someone that ran a very entertaining house on this app. Someone who allegedly, according to the haters, offended a lot of people over the past couple years. Someone who others greatly appreciate the spaces that he holds. Who's going to be good for the hood? Okay, and you're gonna lose. He decided to dox this person live in his room, from what I understand.
I keep telling you, it has nothing to do with it.
He admitted it though yesterday on yeah, part of the reason is because Pepe hasn't been at a job. He thought that Mr. Mojo Rising, quote unquote, stole an hero from him. And there's another reason that's because he doesn't like the way Roger mods and hosts his rooms. And so Pepe admitted on the Healthy Debate stage yesterday that basically the reasoning behind Mojo is petty and out of anger and just he didn't say this exactly, I'm just paraphrasing. He's attempting to humble Roger because Roger is a bully and has been a bully on this app. And this man's address is out there. Allegedly, this man's photo is out there. And I need somebody to go look at Rich's account. Rich has been messaging me in the back end. He's changed his PTR, his Messy Clown Drama account. I don't know if that's the Roger photo that Pepe's used, right? I don't know. I didn't see the photo yesterday. I didn't see the photo on Friday.
Isn't the photo of the brown, the man, the heavier set man with the brown top?
With the brown background?
Yeah. I don't think that's him. Because even Uncle Steve, which I trust Uncle Steve, okay, I fuck with Uncle Steve. Uncle Steve and I live in the same damn city.
I don't think they care.
So, no, but I'm just saying, Uncle Steve said that that's not him.
Yeah, I'm getting these right there.
No, well, I heard this morning from someone who's close to Roger that Roger said that
like,
Well, no, nobody wants their address publicly released.
yeah.
Prison, I cried.
I
would cry too.
Probably you live with your
Prison,
parents.
if I was in prison, I would.
I'm just saying in general.
Prison,
Nobody wants their
I had
address.
the largest.
That's the thing. Nobody wants that. It's not cool.
Let me explain to you. Anybody goes after my fucking dad. Okay, I'm telling you right now, that man is a senior citizen, number one. Okay, number two, that's my fucking dad. Okay, I'm coming for your neck at that point. Okay, I don't know. Creators and HC, your wife and kids, that's crazy. I'll send a recording to your fucking wife, job. I'll come CPS, have an interview with your fucking kids.
There's something going on where people are using this as a way to gaslight in the hardest ways possible through words, and it really could. You will be straight. Fixation. How great is the difference between air and no?
Shit, I've been dealing with this doxing shit.
What is the distinction? Please single-heartedly
I've been dealing with this weird doxing shit and these fucking fake internet influencers out of California since 2008. Okay, motherfucker showed up to my college campus out of cookies, drive by his motherfucking house. Like, I'm telling you, people on the internet, all because they didn't like an opinion. You see what I'm saying? All because they didn't like an opinion. So, to me, I've seen how this shit can go very, very, very left. Okay, fuck around and find out with the wrong person. Somebody at one of those influencers was using a Viacom trained subsidiary in trying to market and promote, their social media presence because they showed up on one reality show. You better believe I called their office in fucking New York and that person sent a letter to take their fucking subsidiary's name out of your marketing.
Dude, one of my people on here, that fucking music and shit, somebody put the GPS tracker on their car, spot all of them, because they didn't like their kid. Showed up at their gig, bought a ticket,
Amendment. Hit that like button. It's 312-49.
No, I mean, it's just like, listen, people think that because they're out of sight, they're out of reach. You see what I'm saying? Fuck around with the wrong person on this app, and shit could go in a completely left direction that will take your social media presence off of this app and put you into a place like freaking October World. You see what I'm saying? I've seen it happen. I've seen somebody that I'm actually very close with on this app. She made a comment
To this incredible conversation, we're going to get Marshall there, we're going to get Brad there, we're going to get Moses, positive vibration experience. John, you might be there. I know the Kima is going to be there, one of my number one campaign contributors.
Actually made it onto a national podcast. You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
but there's a couple things like that on here where it's international.
Let me ask you this: how many psychotropic medications are you prescribed?
I just want to let you know that that's defamation libel slander. I'm going to be sending it a lawsuit to the campaign to elect Darren
Go ahead, I asked you. Let me ask you this: how many psychotropic medications are you?
It's been crazy for years. It's gotten more this time that deep, that like more open, more stressed, that use a lot of terminology, like informed, I guess, maybe is the right terminology. And it's become less informed. I think it's hilarious when you make free speech out of this. I think it's hilarious. Same with this degree.
So, silent Asian John, you've been fairly quiet.
Let me ask you this: how many psychotropic?
Quite defeated today, right? The La Hood team showed up tonight and today, and
I'm pleased with our effort, Dr.
Camp Wood, we're not directly nor officially affiliated, okay, with the Hood campaign. I want to make that very clear. Okay, we have never represented the fact that we are part of the Hood campaign. I actually categorically reached out to the Hood campaign to bring them out here. I have no dog in this fight. I live in California, but again, I feel that the Hood is best for whatever district that freaking John is running in, okay? I would quicker, let me tell you something. I would quicker vote for Casey Anthony than I would vote for freaking John Kitover for that district.
Doctor, you have a disclaimer.
John, I'd like to go after you. Go ahead.
No, you have a disclaimer. Doctor, you have a disclaimer in your profile. I'm just saying, this disclaimer, don't get cussed out. That to be a disclaimer. That if you say some wild crazy shit, you may get cussed out by somebody who may or may not represent the campaign that will overcome. That's fine. Go ahead, John. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I will point you to my YouTube channels where Dr. Adams is impersonating a campaign aide from the campaign to elect Darren LaHood, and I've notified the campaign to elect Darren LaHood, and this is, hold on, I'm going to bring receipts. This is the clip.
Let me ask you this, how many psychotropic medications are being prescribed?
I just want to let you know that that's defamation, libel, and slander. I'm going to be sending it a lawsuit to the campaign to elect Darren LaHood.
Go ahead, I asked you. Let me ask you this.
All right, you're on notice, Dr. Adams. Better stop LARPing, otherwise it might get a little hot for you when the campaign to elect Darren LaHood sues. Not just me. You might get sued by LaHood, not me. LaHood's got $10 million in the skim, and he might sue you, Dr. Adams. Be careful. You've been warned. Legal notice.
Thank you, yes.
You've been put on legal notice. You've been put on legal notice.
Yes, thank you.
It's not just me you're going to have to worry about. It's Darren LaHood.
Doctor, I want to be involved.
Can you do on which side are you on?
I'm on the side of the
Hakima, man, I'm gonna pay for you to come out to a campaign event so we can get that testimony in video.
All the anti-black things that Edmund has said, okay, and you're gonna side with him over me.
They're not you.
That's the new campaign slogan. Fuck LaHood, his ass ain't good. Wow. You hear that, Dr. Adams? You hear that, Matt? This is Hakima, and you come on here and claim that I'm doing racist speech. Dr. Adams, you come on here and say the most horrifically bigoted, racist, and anti-woman speech. You're a misogynist. You say horrible things. You do no education. All you do is come on here and stir the pot and scream your bullshit. So take your criticism of my campaign, and I will. And again, Dr. Adams, you've been legally warned that the things you're saying against me as a candidate constitutes slander, libel, and defamation. I could legally sue you based off of the audio clips that I have right now. And if there's some billionaire listening that wants to fund a lawfare campaign against you and the campaign to elect Darren LaHood, I hope we get that funded for you, Dr. Adams. Listen, I don't know if you know what it's like to wage war, but this is a defensive communication war. And I'm not going to let Dr. Adams or Matt or Darren LaHood spread all kinds of lies, defamation, and slander to confuse the voters about who the enemy of the state is. It's not John Kitover, it's Darren LaHood who is putting you into a debt slavery that you have no vote in. $37 trillion worth of debt. $100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities. This guy's been in Congress 10 years. That's $20 trillion in debt he's created. The numbers are all in grok. I've done all the research. You can see all of our position statements at johnforcongress.com. Let me put the link in the chat again to make a campaign contribution right now.
chat engine, and where the chat engine was teleporting pieces. So while data may seem very convincing, that data is not necessarily the factual, though it may support your position. This is needs an audit. That's right. Brooklyn's gonna wipe the floor with you, motherfucker.
Well, link is in the chat. Make a donation now. John, would you consider giving $10 to the campaign to elect John Kitover right now? After all this communication, transparency, honest opinion, are you not willing to give $10 for some of these opinions?
Look, I give you a lot of money. That's not the moment. I support really smart things that work well. So yeah, do things that work well. But I'm asking you for the math anymore.
I know you may want calculus or trigonometry. I'm giving you arithmetic, John. It's called arithmetic math.
I understand the arithmetic, but what I'm saying is that there's externalities that don't line up with the arithmetic, and we haven't accounted for that.
Well, let me ask you a question. Are you a forensic accountant? Do you know what's going on behind secret closed doors at the Federal Reserve, John? No, you just admitted you sold Christmas trees at a parking lot. You lost your job. Who the F are you?
No, that's not what he said. I just said that, like, I made my fair share of bad decisions off of data that was really good. It wasn't the data problem, it was like the things that I was missing. It's like the second ever fallacy. So that, like, you don't know what you don't know. That's why it's a risk, and that's why you make more when you do it successfully. So yeah, no question can you do business unsuccessfully, and that in essence, the thing that I can to you is that while you may have the greatest intentions, you could be missing something. So perhaps we should do that in order to find out whether that is or is not true. Can it work? With logic in it.
John. John with the H. There's rumors swirling around your campaign that Mojo has stepped down from your campaign. Can you confirm these rumors, please? Thank you.
Sure. Dr. Mojo, the super positive X experience, was never a campaign manager. He was simply running rooms here on Clown House at his own free will, not as a contractor or an employee of the campaign. So to say he stepped down from a non-existent position is absolutely ludicrous, Matt, and just typical of you to stir the pot and try to be the circus master that you are. Congratulations, Matt. You failed again. And I'm sure tonight, when you think that the campaign is going to end,
What role did he play in your campaign, sir?
you can see it all on the live streams, on the YouTubes, on the Instagrams, on the X's. Everything has been live streamed for the past 2 weeks completely. Please refer in my profile to my Instagram, to my YouTube, and take a look for yourself.
Answer a question.
Typical circus master, typical troll, typical pot stirrer Matt. The fake MAGA comparing saying other people aren't MAGA. Where's your MAGA face with your hat? Where's your red hat at, Matt? Show us your red hat. Take a selfie, Matt. Where's your red hat? Take a selfie, Matt. Big talker. Big talker. Big talker. Where's the money? Put up or shut up. Put up or shut up. Money talks, bullshit walks. Money talks, bullshit walks. Link is in the chat. Link is in the chat. Link is in the chat.
This man is off his meds.
Okay, again, defamation, slander, lawsuit. Link is in the chat. Learn how to deal with your emotional response to heated conversation. What do you think Clown House is? It's an anger management simulator. I'm here, I'm hypnotizing you for hours now. And now you're getting angry? Go ahead and send me money now. $10, $100, support the campaign. I helped you stir the pot, Matt. I hope you like the soup. I hope you like the taste of the soup, Matt. You stirred the pot. Here we go.
It's crazy. Oh my God. Like, listen to his voice. Like, now I have to pull.
I gotta take a big
He's got to take his shit now.
You know, he's the typical politician. Just a lot of shit spewing out his slur pipe. And nothing ever changes. I mean, he thinks he's the big change agent. Yeah, well, he needs to go change his little poopy diapers that he wears on camera. He's a sick individual. And he needs to, realize that he's not going to win this campaign. It's officially over.
Yeah, John. I'm just minding my business, driving down Sunset. Listen to your heart. Nobody's voting for you. Listen to your heart. The hood is going to be you.
No one wants to go to Canada. Now, there is one thing that was mentioned in chat too. Just great questions coming from the goo today. Great questions. Maybe will be carried over to tonight when John, the crazy congressman, ends his campaign officially live in the One House. And will you submit your medical records to us, John? You can write that in chat.
I don't know why you're running. I sure as hell don't know why you're gonna lose to the hood tonight.
No, it doesn't sound like his family was like KKK members. Don't get the hood. That's where the name came from.
I gotta say, this has been a grand opening for the One House. Thank you so much, everybody. Really appreciate your attendance. It's been very therapeutic and very eye-opening, needless to say, throughout the last couple of hours. I think my the replay, for some odd reason, would not go away, and I think I know why, because it's been such a tantalizing space. Thank you guys so much for coming today. And I hope they have the repeat of this, in the evening. We'll figure something out, possibly. We'll see how that goes. And I really appreciate everybody in the group for hanging out and being yourselves. Thank you, NY, for coming. I really appreciate it.
I just want to say that replay was anointed by the Lord, okay, to bring out the truths, okay, of the Kitover campaign. And, it has truthfully touched the shoulder of our good brother Darren LaHood. And, we'll see you at the finish line.
And this guy thinks, he has the nerve to think he's going to have the last word. What a clown.
What's got us fucked up?
Wait, so this was your first room under this house, man?
Correct, yeah. This is the first
Oh, wow, very nice.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a great conversation.
Yeah, to try to just need another place to land on. I can't do everything under Trump, so I gotta have a little other space to extend my reach into other areas. So why not?
I know why you don't want to do it in that house.
Why? I think the spirit.
You don't want to repeat the emergence of usual suspects that kind of was an accelerant. Yeah, I've been knowing you for a long time.
Hey, those suspects aren't gonna. They'll come around anyways around here too. So, that goes back to all our stuff about guilty of association. We don't want to go down that road. That's another room again. But it's been good.
You even got Al Sharpton in the room. You see Al Sharpton in the debate?
Not you getting quiet. What'd you say?
So you got Al Sharpton in the room. You at the bottom.
Let me go look at Al Sharpton here. Oh yeah, that's Al Sharpton. He's a good man. That guy.
Who is this hairstylist? All right, Matt, close it.
All right, gotta
Move this bitch for
LaHood. All right, y'all. I'll catch you out there. Bye.
These people have to be. Thing.
And she was just as rude to him as he was to her.
Girl. That's right.
teacher and the Kurdish people in Iran has zero negotiation, then the whole thing will collapse. Then nobody win, nobody win. So we have to figure out, but all this is ongoing discussion again, ongoing discussion. We have more Iranian coming here to express how they want this friendship. And from the biblical point of view as well, the Jewish people want to pay back to.
May I say something about psychology of the Iranian people?
The whole point is not about psychology.
Yeah, just a little thing. I want you to understand about the personality of people in Iran. They are power loving. They are very submissive.
But from you see, it's no good if you try to.
I'm not talking negatively. I'm just giving you information.
I know, but from the population, 90 over million, right? 60% are the Persian, and we have to make these Persian people free, and then with time they stabilize the place, and now Israel has a very big, like 60-70% of the population who are wanted to make a lot of trade, collaboration, everything. All this will also bring good to the Kurdish people, but all this thing has to slowly talking. But no point if you say Iranian is not good.
No. You didn't get me, Dave. Listen. Let me to tell you something. The problem is the people don't want to be free because they know that Iran. Just a second. Okay. You cannot be angry, but let me to just tell my point. That it won't take long. Listen, Iran, as I said, is a very divided nation. I lived in that country for a long time, and I still live there. Yeah. Listen, Turkish people, they want their own state. They want to join Azerbaijan. Ahwazi people, Arab people, they want their own state to be completely separate from Iran. In the other hand, you heard about the Baluch people. They're every single day there is a conflict in Balochistan as well. Because you know very well. So that 60% you talk, they are people. They holding all the money. They holding all the resources, all the powers, all the key infrastructures.
The 10-15%, these are the jihadis. Okay, it's not the 60% who are suppression.
Let me, I lived wisdom. I know people that drinking alcohol in the same time holding a picture of Khomeini in their house and also the king, the monarchs at the same time. So very conflict.
Yes, it's not 17%.
No, they are 15%. Less than 15%. They are probably 1%, the ones that are really ruling the country.
Because 1% cannot suppress the other, 99.
Again, I think he's talking about 50% support the Islamic regime.
Exactly. So the 1% pay the other 15%, mostly civil servant. And again, this is the playbook. This is the playbook of modern caliphate. They used 40 years to figure out how you from 1% to reach the mayor, and then from mayor to 10-15% of civil servant working in underneath the mayor. And we are start seeing this in UK, and we are very worried now. And this is going halfway now in Turkey. Okay, so we are seeing all this playbook again. So what the West want is, if you throw everything, all the problem among the Islamic country, they will give up. So what we need is, we have to make sure Israeli people are very united. All these Westerner like Buttercup trying to come in indoctrinate, you have to speak up and say, you are American people with utopian ideology. It doesn't work for the Middle East. The Buttercup has understand, she doesn't understand the Middle East language, right? Only the Middle East language will understand how to achieve peace through strength. And now Israel has the strength. And let's work with Israel, and then step by step, everything is possible, because what Israel wants is peace. They only ask for peace, but step by step, okay? And at the same time, attack as many as possible the useful media in the West.
I just have a question about the Kurdish people in the UK. The only Kurd
Kurdish person I know from the UK is, what is his name again? Ali Dawa. And Ali Dawa, I heard the Kurdish community doesn't want to have anything to do with him because he became a Islamist. Is that true?
No, he's not Kurdish. That way is from another country.
Really? He's Kurdish.
No, he's Ali Dawa. Ali Dawa is actually Turkish. He's Turkish. He was you do your hair. Later on, it turns out that he was some kind of connectivity to the brotherhood. One drunkard he completely distanced himself from him. Walking through God, Kurdish, he's Turkey. Turn away for a minute.
So I went to Turkey in June, and I told people, because I didn't hear many good things about the Kurds in Turkey, and I said, well, I live in Western Europe, and we have a pretty good image of Kurds because Kurdish people fought ISIS. What's wrong with Erdogan?
I am the same thing because they built their country around, so I expect the dimensions of existence is connection to our conversation speaking about it's kind of a crime because which if you know this story, they came from Central Asia. They were not there. They came to the 11th century and then they settled there. So
I honestly cannot tell the difference in phenotype between an Anatolian Turk and a Kurdish person. And then one Turkish person said to me, we probably descend from them. We're probably...
20% Central Asian. The rest is mostly Greek and Armenian. And Arabization certification.
Sounds delicious.
I am the beauty of the perceived.
That sounds like pretty much the whole world, to be honest.
I just wanted to say that because a comment was made about Iran and that they are a very divided nation, I wanted to say this is not true at all. Like even 1% is not true.
Open your eyes into her eyes.
Heard about the Masa Amini death, right? She was a Kurdish girl, and what these Kurdish people who want separation did was they changed the narrative, the whole narrative, and make another story for themselves to say that Iranians and Persians are killing Kurdish, and this Kurdish girl Masa Amini is the result. But the actual story that happened was this girl was Kurdish and was killed by IRGC for not wearing proper hijab. And the first people who rise and made the protest was from Tehran and then Iran province. And then other provinces like Baluch and people of South rise for the Masa Amini. And the last people rose for it was the Kurdish people. So the whole Iran was being united and people were believing that a revolution is actually happening because of that. I don't know what her angle is from, if she's Iranian or not, but if you talk to the Kurdish if you guys go and talk with Iranians who are Kurdish Iranians, many of them just support Reza Shah, and many of them want to be in a community with all Iranians. And a small portion of these people want separation, which are very isolated from Iranian.
I am the beauty of the person. Well, thank you for the comment. I believe you just spoke about me, but You first said there is no even 1%, but then you said there is a small portion of people.
Differently.
But thanks for saying that.
I'm not complaining. Again, you cannot also claim any percentage about people because we don't have any percentage. When there is no referendum taken, there's no any percentage of people you can measure or I can measure. I don't understand.
Thank you for the because you
I think what you said about Iran is not true. Even 1% of it is not true. I didn't say 1% of the population. I said what you say is not even the closeness of 1%. I didn't say 1% population.
Let's ask you one question. We both have one problem, and that's IRGC. IRGC.
Are you from Iran or Syria or?
I'm from this very south by Iran, and if you ask me for the cities,
Just ignore everyone. Okay.
Okay. So, now I'm just asking one question.
May you check with me?
ولا مش تبقى فرصة مسبب بفضل حبات نفسه.
Okay.
Are you okay? Are you okay with this, Aida? No, okay with this.
Sorry, babe, I don't understand your question.
No, are you satisfied with his fuzzy? Are you satisfied with his fuzzy? His language?
Yes, I think he can speak Farsi. Actually, there was another no, let me just say something. There was another law for Iranians. There were supporters of Reza Shah, and there was another guy like him joined the community, and all he was talking was a lot of nonsense. That how do I know Reza Shah is the chosen one by Iranian people? But there's no referendum yet, and Reza Shah has released a notebook for you that he has explained all his plans for the temporary period after the fall of IRGC. And this guy didn't even, I'm not saying I'm saying another Kurdish separator. That guy even didn't hadn't
Go find the federal court and clear yourself. It's good and fine to separate.
You want our border of Iran, you want to separate the land of Iranians. You want to separate one part of that because you are claiming that
1 minute. You said Reza Shah, but it was in UK. There was a campaign that Reza Shah himself and people endorsed him, and he couldn't even gather 50,000 people to sign for him. So how you want to suppress somebody? No, just 5 minutes. Just a second.
There are 3 times. There is a Shah will ask people. One time that they period. Second time they asked that they do a referendum for changing the rules. The third time they asked they hold a full referendum for the actual system that wants to happen after the temporary period. It's obvious that you guys hadn't read the notebook at all. You hadn't read the Reza Shah plans at all, and you were just talking about.
Okay,
okay, but just give me like the details. I mean, look,
we really want to have this area to peace, but also, you know, if it's very challenging that when trying to help Iranian to free, at the same time there is a change in the border, which I think the Kurdish people inside Iran want, and so this complicates the problem, you know, because Kurdish people are distributed in multiple places. If the Kurdish people get the border change in Iran, then the Kurdish people will fight for border change in Turkey, Syria, and Iran. So these are the things that we
You ask the same thing that you want, you know, that this is not fair. You want this 1 second, one second. Dave, just 1 second to understand each other. You talk about something coexisting with people that they want to wipe you out, and we are with people that they don't want to give a minimum rights to Kurdish people, like even starting with your own language, like a self-determination.
Sorry, Reza Shah has also in the notebook, Reza Shah has cited that in the each one of the ethnicities, they study their own dialect and their own language. So after Reza Shah is the leader, the Kurdish people practice Kurdish language and the Turkish people will practice Turkish language. And that's in practice in that.
Let's keep Ida, just speak second with Ida. On this thing you say, many Jewish people don't have the historical background to understand you, okay?
25 years.
Agil, look, over the last few months, occasionally we have Kurdish people, they come, and then I also see that some of the Jewish people respond to them. So what you say that nobody cares is not correct, okay? The reason why we care and we want to understand, because we want to figure out a very challenging problem, that the Kurdish people during World War I, they will promise something and they will abandon, they will betray, right? And this was like close to 100 years ago. Now we want to slowly figure out, but the problem is the Gaza problem is dominating the whole entire discussion. Okay? So the Gaza problem is your enemy. The people who
IRGC is our enemy. IRGC is also our enemy. IRGC wants to IDA in the same time.
Let me explain. IRGC is the mother of Pentagon, right? The proxy, like how.
Sit up in there and say, oh, I just posted a picture. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. And Edmund was live streaming that room from your room into the other fucking room where people heard you. Oh, speaking of which, he's in the audience. Here he is. Future Congressman Kitover.
Don Kitover, you're a faggot. You're a fucking faggot. You're not sucking. Wait, hold on. The Chicago Tribune told me they would love to receive all the recordings I have of you.
Oh, wait, you actually called them?
Yeah, hitting gongs and, hypnotizing people. I don't think they want to hypnotize congressmen.
Harassing black men.
Yeah. And Rich brought up a good point. I know you don't like Rich Adams, but in the state of Illinois, anyone that donates to a campaign and it reaches $5,000, that politician has to submit a list of names and addresses of everyone that donated, and it then becomes public. Yeah, look who looking for sick.
Oh yeah, Dr. Adam. Just let you know the ADL has listed America First as a hate group or something like that.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I got news for them.
I ain't kidding you, but yeah.
John, you gotta get out of my way.
Oh, shit.
Let's talk a little bit of
Sign activated.
10 reasons why John should not be congressman.
Oh my God. Well, one.
One, he doesn't have no talent. 2, he steals other people's content. 3, he's a cocksucker. 4,
easier to be a congressman, personally.
Not just being nice, Guava. Any reason why John Kitover? Oh, Adams, guess what else we found out? John Kitover is also Cappuccino, aka Point Taken. Coward. Yeah, that's him.
He tried to deny it the other day, too. He tried to deny it.
I don't think it's him.
I think it's him.
Wait,
They've always been telling me that's a white man. Can it make sense? Mm-hmm.
You know that?
Yes.
Sorry, y'all.
Yeah.
Sorry, y'all. I had to sit down and take a kid.
Which is a reason, this is another reason why this nigga should not be a congressman. He had 35 phones that he streams from all day in his boxes with his big swollen balls that need to be released, stuffed up in some boxer briefs.
Didn't Nicholas say that, John has some cake?
I do have the picture Jesse was talking about in my PTR. I like his bulbs personally. I think they're nice set bulbs.
I think they're swollen.
Where's it going? Have you guys seen his balls?
Charlotte's
He
gonna
opens his legs on his Instagram lives, which is reason number 7 why he shouldn't be a congressman, because he opened his legs. And when Jasmine Crockett does it, they all have something to say. Well, I'm against it.
Wait, so you're basically confirming that he's a faggot, like I've been saying?
I don't know.
A grown man opening legs on camera is a homosexual.
So, Congressman, or theoretically, you're not a congressman yet, right?
Correct. Candidate Congressman John Kitover in the 16th District of Illinois going against Darren, the rhino vaccinologist, super deck creator, LaHood.
Okay, I thought you were going for a position in Texas.
No, 16th District of Illinois.
Oh, okay, well, I apologize for that. I misheard on that. Okay, very good. We are glad that you showed up. Are you on the ballot yet?
No, we won't know until October 27th whether or not we get the required number of signatures.
Okay, and so as I understand it, you're able to raise money before you're on the ballot, is that correct?
Correct. We have an FEC filing disclosure, we have a campaign financial disclosure, we have a bank account, an EIN, a bank letter. We're fully set up to accept your donation right now if any of you should act or decide after this conversation to donate to my campaign.
Good. All right, well, that's very good. Tell me who, Adrian Dittman is.
That is Elon Musk's pending burner account on X. Go to X and look up Adrian Dittman with 2 T's, 2 N's. That is 100% Elon Musk, and I have been recording him almost a whole year on X in unrecorded spaces and publishing him to YouTube. Elon Musk most definitely knows about John Kitover and the campaign to Congress.
Are you telling me that Elon Musk is a supporter of yours?
No, he's most definitely not a supporter of this campaign. He has blocked almost all of my X accounts.
I see, okay. Well, that's useful. You're clearing up a lot of information. I appreciate your honesty. Tell me this, what do you think of Donald Trump's recent adventure with Vladimir Putin in Alaska?
Well, I wouldn't call it an adventure. I would call it a meeting of the minds, and hopefully there's going to be more peace and de-escalation and less violence and more bombing and less shooting, and so we have more peace on the earth. I hope it's a good thing for the world, America, for Russia, for Ukraine.
Do you have any children?
No, I have no kids. I'm not married. I'm single, and I'm ready to mingle, ladies.
Okay, so someday maybe you'll be a father. And you will see pinned to the top of this room a story about the children that Vladimir Putin abducted in his former war crime. And I'm just wondering, as a potential congressman, how you feel about the President of the United States bowing and scraping to a war criminal.
Donald Trump was bowing and scraping to Vladimir Putin?
He rolled out the red carpet to a war criminal. Do you agree, disagree with that?
Well, I think that, being a green bean in a social audio chat app and calling Vladimir Putin a war criminal and our great American president as somebody who's bowing, kowtowing, and scraping to a war criminal could be a mischaracterization. And I don't think you're accurate in your analysis.
Interesting. I'm not sure what the term a green bean means. Would you like to define that?
Yeah, you are the super moderators, that little green dot with the black star in the center. Yeah, you're the green bean.
I see. Okay. Thank you. I thought it was an insult. It's fine. It's just a reference to. I appreciate the honest nature of this discussion. It's actually quite impressive that you have been this honest. Now, do you recall about 3 or 4 weeks ago you were in my room and you said we should blow up the Federal Reserve?
No, I would never use words like that. I don't make terroristic threats, I don't encourage violence, and I would never say that. I think we need to reform the Federal Reserve and end secret privacy meetings and closed-door meetings at the Federal Reserve. We need more transparency, and we have to shed light on internal operations and audit and edit, the Fed, in my opinion.
Well, as I recall, and it may have been an inference, and I would plead guilty if you did not infer or imply that you thought we should completely do away with the Federal Reserve. I may have to go back and listen to it. We have it on recording, but I believe that you suggested that we should do away with the Federal Reserve. So that isn't your position. Is that fair?
No, I think we should audit and end the Fed.
Audit and end the Fed. So you want to get rid of the Federal Reserve?
I want to end the Fed, and I want to pass a fair and budget balanced act where we can only collect, if we collect $5 trillion in taxes, we can only spend $5 trillion. We can't keep borrowing and spending.
Do you understand that the Fed has more to do, has a lot more things that it's doing than controlling our federal deficits?
Oh, it's Congress which is controlling our federal deficits. The Fed is merely helping us kick the can down the road.
Okay, good, we agree on that. What do you think would actually happen to our economy if we blew up? Okay, I'm sorry, I want to use your terms. If we terminated the Federal Reserve.
I think you would see a lot of stocks completely implode because it would not be business as usual. If we cut Medicare and Medicaid by $1.8 billion and the National Defense Authorization Act by $200 billion, a lot of defense and medical health industrial complex corporations would implode, wiping out a lot of savings and investment. However, that's just borrowing and spending.
So you're okay with the kind of implosion that it would cause, and I'm putting words in your mouth and I'm inviting you to correct me if I get it wrong. You think that essentially tearing the Fed system down and starting over again is better than trying to improve it incrementally. Is that fair?
Correct. If we cut Medicare and Medicaid by $1.8 trillion a year, that would implode many corporations, and we could start over and have an actual economy, not this artificial borrow-spend economy.
Okay. I'm curious what you think of Ron Barrow.
I'm sorry, I don't know who it is. Go ahead.
Okay. Peter Navarro's financial advisor or advisor, Ron Barrow.
Let me Google it.
It's okay. Yeah, go ahead and look him up. It may have been a question that you weren't prepared for, and I appreciate your honesty. It's not the answer I expected, and that's okay.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Sure, you can.
So, if you want to like get rid of the Fed, right? So, John F. Kennedy had this idea about issuing like certificates, right? So, if you actually have an idea about getting rid of the Fed, then what is the policy with regards to issuing money?
It would be issued by the Treasury, and the debt will be still to the American people. However, it won't be a debt to the Federal Reserve.
And so, so how long, because you have money that's in the system, right? You have money that's, even though we don't all carry cash, you have money in people's pockets, right? So what is actually the transition process is what is more, and you can say you don't know because you have
Sure, I think the U.S. Congress should end the 1913 Federal Reserve Act, defund the Federal Reserve. That would mean every Federal Reserve employee would get a payout. They would all be unemployed, let's say by October 1st. And then if the U.S. government wants to borrow money, it would borrow it from the Treasury, not from the Federal Reserve.
Yeah.
What would happen to interest rates?
That's where I was.
The Treasury would set the interest rate, but I think that we would open up more competitive bidding to alternative interest rate providers or banks that would not operate off of a federally set rate. That there would be an open marketplace for rates and lenders, as there already is.
So a lender who is in trouble in Chicago goes to a bank that may be even in more trouble in California and borrows. And there's a chain reaction. Who prevents that?
It's the FDIC, and so the FDIC, we would also end that agency and end all federal funding for it, and no longer collect from banks that fund the FDIC.
The reason you have the FDIC is because of, banks like insolvency. And, are you basically saying that you're trying to create a society where, banking institutions aren't like the central structure for holding money?
No, I think banks hold a critical element in the future success and present success of our entire society. I'm merely saying to continue to borrow $2 trillion a year, but only collect $5 trillion a year is basically a bad bargain fate. The big beautiful bill transfers $4.2 trillion off of the future tax liabilities of corporations like Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, Coca-Cola, and gives it to we the people. It's simply a tax liability transfer from Fortune 500 to the American people.
Charles, do you understand that?
Not really, I really don't.
This is the first time I've heard such a...
Yeah, I looked it up. This is what the query was that I asked Brock. I said, what are the Fortune 500 corporations that benefit the most from the Big Beautiful Bill? It spit out 25 Fortune 500 and how much they anticipate the Big Beautiful Bill gives them in tax credits.
Yeah, no, so that part, I guess I'm trying to figure out, what does that have to do with getting rid of the Fed? And Alan's question about interest rates, are you thinking about, like we have treasury securities, right? So the Fed rate tends to, move up and down with the bond. So I'm trying to understand, what you get rid of the Fed, right? You said something about tackling interest rates, but I guess I hear what you're saying. I understand Rob gave you an answer, but I don't.
Well, I'm telling you that we're $37 trillion in national debt. We have $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. We need consolidation. The Federal Reserve is losing $100 billion a year. Their annual budget is $60 billion. We need consolidation. In a bankruptcy, you consolidate. You run the ship like a business. The federal government is not being run like a business. Norway, Saudi Arabia, Dubai, United Arab Emirates run at a profit. The United States of America is spending $2 trillion a year that it does not have. We need to run this like a business, or we will destroy this business.
How many times did Trump declare bankruptcy?
I'm sure he has launched many bankruptcies. Dozens, probably. We don't even know about.
At least 7. He has declared at least 7 bankruptcies. Now, if you had money in one of his businesses and he went bankrupt, what happens to your money?
First of all, let me correct your title. The name is spelled Kitover, not Kitover. Thank you very little. Correct the title, please.
Spell it. How should it be spelled?
It's in my title, in my profile, Kitover, K-I-T-over.
I see a T instead of an E. Okay. Well, I was trying to make a little bit of a joke. And does it disturb you that many people on this app think your candidacy is a joke?
No, that doesn't discourage me. That actually gives me more enthusiasm for the campaign, so I can help bring you guys back up to reality, which is $37 trillion in debt. Thomas Massey uses the Treasury.gov API in his little lapel pin. You can look up Thomas Massey. He's one of the only Congress people who will tell you about the fiscal crisis. We are entering into a state period of high. By 2050, will be $50 trillion in debt, and we'll be paying 4 trillion a year in annual interest. If you want to live in the Weimar Republic like it's 1920, we keep borrowing and we keep spending. That's what we're going to do to our society.
Yossi, you were going to say, go ahead, Yossi.
No, that's just made me laugh because of, the whole sarcasm point that we tried to make with the name of the title.
Okay, okay. So all of this idea that you want to do away with the Fed, the Federal Reserve, and I apologize, I shouldn't have said blow it up, but that's essentially what you mean, defund it, get rid of it. So, maybe we're talking about hyperbole here, but you would like to get rid of the Federal Reserve. You would like banks to have no government source to borrow funds from to stabilize the system. And you would like to do away with the FDIC. Have I heard you right so far?
Correct. I think Wells Fargo, I think Bank of America, and JP Morgan Chase are more than capable of running the financial system without the Federal Reserve and taxpayer funding to do it.
Got it. So you want to put this in the hands of private institutions, basically.
The Federal Reserve is already a private institution, sir.
Yeah, but they don't trade on the market. You can't buy Federal Reserve stock.
You can say, but it's still a private institution, sir.
It's a private institution in the sense that it is run for the benefit of the U.S. citizens. It is not run for profit.
It's being run at a loss, and as I said before, as a congressman, I'm asking for consolidation. We are in a period of great austerity and bankruptcy. We are 37 trillion in debt, 100 trillion in unfunded liabilities in debt. If we don't consolidate and if we keep borrowing and spending, you're living in clown world Zimbabwe by 2050.
Well, first of all, you're a potential congressman. You're not currently a congressman. Secondly, you are welcome to see that you are not blocked. When my purpose in the room on Tuesday night is to discuss what people can live without, what federal services can people live without. I'm not opposed to your idea of cutting federal deficits, but I think the person you have chosen to do it is a terrible representative. And you said that somehow this big beautiful bill transferred liability from. I don't even understand your point. So I would really like to understand it, just so that I can even restate it.
Sure, the big beautiful bill gives a 10-year period for 4.2 trillion in tax credits, and the top 500 corporations are Amazon, Apple, Google, Coca-Cola, etc., J&J, and it's $5 trillion over 10 years. So it comes out to be about $500 billion a year in tax credits. That means we're going to still borrow $2 trillion, but that means Amazon, Google, Microsoft aren't paying down our debt. They're just transferring that debt to the taxpayers, to the citizens of America.
Oh, I agree with you. I actually agree with that. So you're not for the tax credits that Amazon and Google.
No, I want to pay down the debt.
Well, why don't you come out and say you're not for the tax credits so that we can understand you?
I'm trying to infer that it's not a fair deal. It's not a good bargain for we the people. And as a congressperson, I would have voted against the big beautiful bill. Instead, Darren LaHood, who's been in office for 10 years, who I'm running against, he's created $20 trillion in debt in 10 years because we create $2 trillion plus a year in debt. Our government borrows $2 trillion a year that we do not have. We are spending money like a drunken pirate ship.
I agree with you that we're spending money like a drunken pirate ship. I appreciate you staying in this dialogue. And I would also point out that you have done a very poor job of representing what actually is a credible view. And maybe there's something to what you're saying, but I don't think you've got the courage to go out there and say, these tax credits transfer the debt to you, the common citizen. Because you don't say it that way. You say it in such a convoluted way that most people don't understand it. I like to think I'm relatively right and that I listen pretty carefully, but it took me 5 minutes to get to your point here. And your point, if I understand it, and I think I do now, is that the tax credits that were given to these major corporations transfers the debt to the average citizen.
Correct, so,
I'd still like want to know what happens to, if we have a monetary policy change, what happens to the money that's already out in the system?
Yeah, that's a good question too.
yeah, I mean, if you want literal physical monetary change, we would actually swipe out the currency and switch it with a U.S. Treasury gold and silver backed certificate, fiat, as opposed to the Federal Reserve, in God we trust, but we owe the Federal Reserve fake paper greenbacks that the whole world is addicted to. The U.S. will be issuing a new federal currency in the name of the United States Treasury, not in the name of the United States Federal Reserve.
And so all of the countries that are currently sitting on our current currency, that currency is now worthless to them? And if you're talking about exchanging it, like what is the exchange rate? Is it a one for one? One of these new dollars for one of the old dollars? And again, you may not have the answers because you haven't gone into this yet. I just think I think this is more complicated than you're kind of intimating it to be, and I don't think it's as clean as you're thinking it is.
There's a lot of complexities to this, but having 37 trillion in debt and 100 trillion in unfunded liabilities is a huge catastrophe. And we can't let Congress keep passing HR acts and omnibuses to get the Federal Reserve to print up trillion-dollar tranches for us. We are addicted like a heroin addict to debt. We have to stop borrowing and we have to stop spending and have a real economy, not based on borrowing and spending.
Well, you could argue that the reason that we're so heavily in debt is because we're not collecting tax revenues at the level we could or should be. So I guess if I were in your, I'm not in your district, but if I were in your district, what I would say as opposed to, the sky is falling thing, right? Like, why are we not trying to get more states earning so that more states are paying in to the tax system?
Chairman Powell says that we will do whatever Congress wants us to do, but don't tell us what we should do in terms of financial operations. So that was a quote from him recently. He said, we don't ask for financial advice and we don't give spending advice. So the way that the Federal Reserve is acting is so childish when Chairman Powell says things like that we will do whatever Congress tells us to do. We don't care who's in charge. We will print if you tell us to print. That type of attitude is not a good leader. That's not a good steward of money. So Chairman Powell's agnostic as to how we spend and waste our money. As a congressperson, I don't believe in necessarily destroying the machine and taking the oil out of the engine. I think we have to be way more efficient in terms of how we're deploying and where the money's flowing. My suggestion is we cut Medicare and Medicaid by $1.8 trillion a year and the National Defense Authorization Act by $200 billion. That's $2 trillion. That brings us back to where we are not borrowing. We would only have to borrow we'd have to borrow $1 trillion a year, because we would be taking in $5 trillion a year in taxes, but still paying $1 trillion a year on the debt, 37 trillion, but we'd still have to borrow the trillion just to pay that. So we're in a big financial crisis here, and I thank you, Alan, for letting me speak so much, because I think most of you probably do agree that we are in a financial crisis, and we should come up with efficiencies, consolidation, as if we were in a bankruptcy trying to run a business. That's my suggestion.
You're welcome. Go ahead.
John, this is Ellen. How many Americans would that push off of Medicare?
Well, basically, the corporations would go out of business, but the American population would still get $1.2 trillion in funding for whatever is left of the medical industrial complex.
No, my question was, if you were to reduce funds for Medicare by the amount you just said, how many human beings would lose their Medicare?
I obviously don't have an exact number for you. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I think everybody would get a lower quality of care and less care, but that's what $1.2 trillion is. That's all that's left. You have to spend what's based on the budget. We need a budget balance act. We can't keep borrowing and spending. We as a population have to come to terms with the fact that we've been in a 25-year war with a pandemic, scandemic that has looted our treasury by $37 trillion. Are we gonna keep kicking the can down the road and pretend it's not a Ponzi scheme? It's a Ponzi scheme at this point.
John, are you implying that the pandemic was not real?
I believe it to be a pandemic scamdemic. It's come out that Fauci funded the operations to build the COVID-19 virus in the Wuhan lab. I think the Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, Bill Gates' response to max vaccination is a tragedy, and it cost us $5 trillion to fund it. The First Act, the HEROES Act, the CARES Act, it's all one giant scam to get big pharma money. If we reduce Medicare and Medicaid by $1.8 trillion a year, and the NDAA for Northrop Grumman, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, and we take $200 billion out of their pockets, we will kill two birds with one stone. Those two birds are the greatest enemy of this republic, which is big pharma and the big military-industrial complex. Al, I would ask you, do you want to keep funding the military-industrial complex? Do you want to keep funding big pharma?
I would like the budget for the military. I would absolutely not want to take a penny away from Medicare. But just to be clear, are you saying that you are a COVID denier? Is that what you're saying?
I'm a COVID-19 vaccine denier, not a COVID-19 denier, a COVID-19 vaccine denier.
Got it.
I don't know what the name of it is.
I'm saying that if you go to Died Suddenly on X and you look at all the tragedies of young people and military personnel that have long COVID or have clot shots, the spike proteins are not vitamin boosters. They're not good for your health. In my opinion, Dr. Fauci and Bill Gates should be arrested for crimes against humanity.
Can I say this in hold on, just a second, Scott. Why don't you? I'd like to make you sucks. Go ahead. Just Kyle spent you more than 5% of the next 5 years, get you $4.7 trillion. That's how you get the budget. Okay. Go ahead, Scott. Yeah, I mean, look, I think we could cut the entire military budget, right? The entire thing. And we still have a deficit problem, right? I do think the congressman brings up something interesting that, and I, where Al says, I tend to be sympathetic about not wanting to cut Medicare or Medicaid, but I don't know how do we get to a sense where we're not in fiscal crisis. No, most people say if we can even just get to where our deficits were 40 to 60% of GDP, I mean, we'd be in the right direction. But what? I don't know what we got. Or do we do? I mean, I think that basically, I don't know what L you're in favor of cutting, but I think I think most people's approach to the deficit is that we'll put our head in the sand until everything collapses, and we just won't talk about it. I mean, Simpson goals, we had that, in the Obama administration. That was just put in a drawer. I mean, I don't know. I think the congressman-elect has a congressman candidate, Kitover. He's extreme on this stuff, but I don't hear many people in their criticisms
that?
a rational alternative or any alternative. I think that it's just hey, what's wrong with that?
Also,
That's a real one. That's a real one. That's a real one. That's a real one.
all across the board, I'm confused what your useful language, what the budget is, what department. You have to cut your expenses 5% every year for the next 5 years. We have a balanced budget. Light the economy on fire.
Well, clearly.
I was going to say was the two, if you give me a second, John, the area in the United States where we spend the most money is on Medicare, Social Security, and disability insurance. Disability insurance makes up the largest share of that, and that's about $3 trillion a year. And so then you then have the interest on the debt, which comes in about $1 trillion, and then you have the military budget that comes in about $900 billion, and then you have everything else we spend money on. So the quickest drivers of our debt and deficit happen to be mandatory spending programs. I'm not saying you get rid of them. I'm just saying we should all be clear on what the largest driver of debt is.
Thank you. Hanson, I'd love to know what you think about this.
Well, I just popped into the room. How long have you guys been, how long has the room been open? Are we just getting started, or are you winding down?
No, we're just getting started, actually. This one does not have a time limit. I am very grateful that the prospective congressman, who is not even yet on the ballot, and is aspirational, is willing to come and
area. Now, obviously, we didn't reach any consensus, but I thought it was a good discussion. But then I sent you a text afterwards that I just made the observation, assume that our budget is $1 trillion, deficit is $1 trillion a year, just 1 trillion, which is higher than that. Solution, cut $500 billion in spending and increase taxes $500 billion in each year in order to eliminate that deficit. We can't even agree on where to cut spending by a couple of $1 billion or raise taxes by an equal amount, much less what is rationally required. And I'm not an economist, I don't know all the ins and outs, but I know that if my deficit was $1,000 a month, I'd either have to go work at Walmart to earn $500 a month and then cut another $500 a month in my spending in order to balance my budget. And until somebody can explain a path forward to that kind of a resolution in understandable terms to little old me that doesn't know much about economics, then I'm going to be skeptical and I'm going to be very, very concerned.
Anson, thank you, and I did see that message, and I think we'll get there. Next on Tuesday we're going to talk about what we could live without, and I think that's an important discussion. But Congressman, or theoretically, I don't like to call you. I'm going to call you Mr. Kitover. Is that fair?
You can just call me Candidate John.
All right, Candidate John, that's fair. I think that's a fair representation. Thank you. All right, Candidate John, I believe it is my understanding that we are making payments on the federal deficit as a part of the budget that is adopted every year. Do you accept that notion?
Yes.
Okay. So if we were to balance the budget, we would eventually pay off the federal deficit. Do you accept that notion?
Theoretically, yes.
Good.
Wait a minute. If you balance the budget, you don't eliminate the debt. You eliminate the deficit spending for that year.
That's true, Anson, but the point I'm trying to make is, you're right. Okay? The point I'm trying to make is...
We will never eliminate the debt, right? That's
wait, Scott, wait.
That's a fictitious number. We're just never going to eliminate that.
Well, yeah, but I think the theory here is important. What I'm trying to get at, and that I want Anson to understand, is that the federal deficit is being paid off as a function of the budget every year or every month. We are making payments on the federal deficit. It's not like it's continuing to accumulate because we're not paying it off. It's continuing to accumulate because we're out of balance. If we balance the budget, the deficit would eventually be paid off. And I think I think Candidate John even agrees with that.
If we were to collect $6 trillion a year in taxes and stop borrowing, we could start paying off the $37 trillion. But that doesn't even include the $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. You can go to usdebtclock.org. I mean, the true number is really about $140 trillion in debt. So maybe that is the reality, and we have to figure out how to optimize and make it more efficient, because maybe that is the real reality, and we're never going to actually reverse the tide. So I'm just saying that I don't really know the absolute optimization. I don't think anybody does, because so much of this is based on, theoreticals. But I do think the status quo probably will remain the status quo, because Congress and all these corrupt Congress people and senators are more than willing to keep borrowing year after year after year, and we all know it's true. So if there's only 5 people in Congress who are obsessive compulsive about the debt and the spending and the borrowing, that's only 5 people. So I am one of those people, though, who am willing to essentially make this my number one priority. And that's what I'm running this campaign on, because Darren LaHood's been in office 10 years in the 16th District of Illinois, and he's responsible for $20 trillion in debt over 10 years. It's $2 trillion a year in debt creation. So I'm speaking up against it, and I think that we have to look at this as basically a business bankruptcy, and the government should start running itself like Saudi Arabia or Norway, that have multi-trillion-dollar sovereign wealth funds. We've got a $37 trillion debt fund, and there's no sovereign wealth fund here. So I say reverse the tide, start running it like a business, and be adults, not children, borrowing and spending like heroin addicts addicted to debt.
Cabinet John, yeah, go ahead now.
And then I want to say something to something Anderson said. So, because you still haven't, at least for me, you still haven't answered what would we do if, with this whole new monetary system, with the money that's out in the system, right? So it's not coming together because we're like heavily into debt. Not talking about the deficit, but just the debt, right? But we wouldn't be this heavily into debt if it weren't for the deficit, right? So like to not understand that this is like a symbiotic like relationship kind of thing with regards to monetary policy, it's not making sense to me, right? And so Anthony, if you don't mind, right? So in your example, the Walmart example, right? So a simpler example is I have a mortgage. My mortgage is, I'm just going to use any number. My mortgage is $1,000 a month, but I know that I only make $900 a month in income, right? So do I sell my place and then look for a property where my mortgage payment is $800 a month there, and then I have a little $100 thing for here and there, or do I try to go out and generate more income, right? So we have this deficit because we're spending more than we collect in tax revenues. That's just the simple definition of our
Daryl, we're 37 trillion in debt. The Federal Reserve isn't working. Congress isn't working. You just want the status quo. That's all you're saying.
No, I don't want the status quo. No, I don't. You said let's run the country like a business, right? And so if we look at it, and people in this room have heard me say this over and over, if this were a business and we had 50 individual departments, and 30 of those departments were not generating revenue, we would go into each and every one of these departments and we would either fire the people who are running these departments, or we would take them over and try to figure it out. I guess what I don't understand is in all of these conversations, why does no one, for the most part, I don't want to speak in absolutes, why does no one talk about how to get the majority of states earning or generating more income so that more people in these states are paying taxes? There are basically somewhere like 9 to 13 states, and that includes yours, Congressman, or future Congressman. Illinois sends more into the federal system than it takes out. Why are we not trying to figure out how to get the United States as a whole company with 50 individual departments profitable? Why is this country being economically held up by two handfuls of states?
Well, I can show you the HRX that are the top biggest expenditures over the past 10 years. That's one place to start because Congress is the actual body creating all this debt through never-ending HRX. All that, and then you can see the corporations that are aligned with all those acts. So if you do a cross comparison between Open Secrets and HRX and Congressman Darren LaHood, you will see how each individual Congress member is playing their little role in basically running a skimming operation. $37 trillion in debt, or $20 trillion over 10 years. Darren LaHood, the guy I'm running against, has over $12 million in his congressional campaign account, all given to him by big health insurance, big pharma, manufacturers, and military industrial. So this is the game. This is the game that Congress is playing, and I am merely a disruptor like Thomas Massie, Rand Paul, Ron Paul, who are declaring that your government is bankrupt. The American government is bankrupt, but we keep kicking the can down the road and playing a Ponzi game. That's really what it is.
Yeah, but you didn't answer my question as to why are we not as a country working to figure out to get more states generating revenue in their state so that there are more people in these states paying more taxes.
Well, that's like having a business conversation about how to run a business.
Okay, let's change the subject for a second, because I think we may be getting a little abstract here. I do want to come back to this candidate, John. I want to know what you think of January 6th.
Well, when Ashley Babbitt poked her head through that window and that cowardly cop pulled his pistol and blew her head off, I was a little upset to see a cop who could have helped somebody get through a window safely. Instead, he decided to blow her head off. So I think there's a lot of fake news, a lot of misinformation. I think Nancy Pelosi, and while she filmed her little documentary, I think there's a lot of people involved. I've watched a lot of podcasts about corrupt Capitol Police officers, cover-ups, all types of disinformation campaigns, FBI employees posing as protesters, being walked into the Capitol. So I'm just telling you that there's good and bad in January 6th, but I believe that the now is all important, and that the now is a compression of the past and the future. And if we want to change the future, we have to now be fiscally conservative and fiscally prudent. That means tightening up our belts.
Stop. You don't believe in the rule of law. You just said one citizen was killed, 5 cops were killed, and we have the federal. Excuse me. Okay. All right. So we don't have people who believe that the rule of law should apply. It's okay for the president to force his way into office with an illegal riot in the Capitol. That's what I heard. Now maybe I heard it wrong, but you're claiming information that is not the same information I have.
Well, then I think we'll just have to agree to disagree on January 6th. I think my narrative is different from your narrative, and I think that's actually how reality is. Everyone has their little solipsistic point of view. Some people are Ponzi schemers and can kickers and just can't stop borrowing money. I'm not that kind of guy. I live my life fiscally prudent. I am basically saying that the way that we live our individual lives should be a mirror of the way the government is living its fiscal life.
Okay. Does the president, as the leader of the country, have an obligation to show us his tax return?
Yeah, I think he does have a responsibility to show us his tax return.
Well, you know what? I wish you would go out there and say that, because most people who are in your cult, and I think the Republican Party, with a few exceptions, is a cult, have let him get away with murder. I can agree to disagree with you on January 6th, but I'm glad we found something we can agree on relative to his tax return. I feel like a
Can I say something about like this? You know, this Ashley Babbitt thing, right? Like, Ashley Babbitt was told by an authorized guy to not break that window and not come through it. Ashley Babbitt and the cowardly men behind her, because they let this woman go through this window first. Ashley Babbitt smashed that window and was then told, don't come any further, right? Because these men have the duty to protect Congress. Ashley Babbitt came through the window anyway, and she met her fate. Like, you're saying he should have helped her through the window. I'm saying her fucking husband should have told her to not go through that window.
Well, listen, I don't want to talk about a poor dead woman. Let's just leave it as a tragedy and agree that it's a tragedy.
Can I get, yeah, right. Let's stop debating with John. I want to push back on Scott.
Debate with me, Hanson.
A couple of times, Scott. And I gave you a thumbs down when I heard you say that here today. The debt, in my view, the 37 trillion is not fictional. It's not ephemeral. And yes, Scott, someday it will.
I mean, I'm being hyperbolic there. It's a number. It is. I don't deny it's a number, but it's something that will never be paid on.
It's an important number, in my view. And I would suggest.
It's not, but it's not. But
okay.
don't have the money to do it.
Look, I would say that I do think deficits are a problem. They are an issue, right? I think the national debt is not the issue, right? Because we're not going to pay down the 37 trillion. We're just not going to do that, right? That's just not going to happen. I bet all the money in my pocket versus all the money in your pocket. That will never.
We will not say by default, Scott.
Well, these are real. No, we're not going to default either, because it would be too costly to the world's economy. And most modern monetary theorists will say that responsible deficits aren't a problem if you meet several criteria, including if you bring your own currency and if your currency is an international currency, right? If it's a currency like the dollar. Now, what is a problem is excessive deficits, and I think debt is not the problem; deficits are the problem, right? And so there's a healthier percentage of deficits annually to GDP, and if you can get in that range, that's what I would focus on. That's all I'm saying.
Anderson, I think Scott makes a really good point here, that the problem is the deficits, deficit spending and the federal deficit are three different things. But a balanced budget or a reasonably balanced budget would really begin to deal with this problem. And I think there are a lot of.
Even if the deficits just were massive, like if they were a certain responsible correlation to GDP, then what would happen is our dollar would be fine, interest rates would be fine, it would curb inflation, and we could keep accumulating debt, and it would not hurt anything. It would not.
I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Oh, just to support what you said, Alan and Scott, with that and one additional vector to a very clear picture. You're trying to paint as if there's no other way to raise money to pay off the debt. For example, what about going back and looking at tax rates and all the corporate welfare and saying, oh my God, we went a little too far. We're going to collect 3% from every billion and up company, and by the way, that'll cover it, or something like that, Alan. That's one. Like the corporate, I don't like to use the word rape in a frivolous way, but I do think it's out here. But look back and get money. Also, you could tax the lower paid workers a lot less as a percent of their wealth, which they don't have, and income. It's gross. That's what I wanted to bring in. Labor issue and corporate, legal cheating.
Well, Jay, there's another way to raise revenue, which is what this administration has chosen to do, which is a consumption tax on the average American. So that's what the tax are going to be, right?
Also effective, yes, right.
They're going to put, when they're talking about, this administration talks about the money that's going to come into the Treasury and is coming into the Treasury, as if these countries are paying it, right?
From us.
On the tax line. As if China and Mexico, as if a boat of money pulls up into a harbor. And we want to send our goods in. No, that's not what happens. It's the importer pays the tariff, the company that imports the stuff, and then that's passed on to consumers. So basically, it's so interesting. If Trump is coming out and said, oh, this is for you, Anson. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make it so much revenue. Okay, it's fantastic to the coffers. Okay, we're gonna tax people. We're gonna tax like middle class people in Queens. Okay, beautiful. They love me in Queens. They call me the blue collar billionaire. Okay, and if he had said that we're gonna tax working class people and working class families to cut down the deficit of that, people would freak out. But the tariffs are exactly that. It's just a tax on working class people. And I can't believe people aren't, especially conservatives, aren't freaking out.
Yeah, I'd love to know that. Candidate John, do you agree that tariffs are a sales tax?
I think tariffs can be used as a strategic way to get U.S. corporations into foreign markets that they may not have access to based on reciprocity. And I think if the U.S. government is smart, they will, essentially do a meeting of the minds and negotiate with marketplaces and governments that don't give us access. And if we want to punitize, or punitively utilize import tariffs, well, what I'm saying is we have to run this like a business. And if it's not run like a business and we're giving away free money, that's not a business. That's presiding over a further bankruptcy. Again, run the government like a business and we will start fixing our economic problems in this country.
Yeah, like I wanted to say something, as in the examples that you gave, I think the one caveat is that none of these empires had their currency tied to the global reserve. And this is, I'm going to go back to the congressman or potential.
Yes, they did, according to the book, Jerome. I'm sorry to interrupt, but
No,
and he says the loss of being able to having reserve currency, which we will do someday if we keep this up. That is a dramatic change in the negative way in a national stature, and we're headed in that direction, in my view. And if you want to, that's just. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's a good point, and I would add to this another question for the candidate. Do you think it's helpful in terms of our position as the world's reserve currency to have our president promoting cryptocurrency?
I don't like cryptocurrency as an investment vehicle, but I think if Donald Trump is the president and he's promoting crypto, which I know his family is involved in some crypto deals, I just feel like people are taking advantage of the situation. However, you can't stop it, and I think $37 trillion in federal debt and 100 in unfunded liabilities is another example of runaway government, runaway Congress, runaway Senate, runaway Federal Reserve. Run it like a business. And you know what these cryptocurrency endeavors are probably doing? Maybe they're probably running it like a business. I'm just saying this government has to start running itself like a business. It can't just keep borrowing and spending and giving the money away.
With all due respect, and I really want to say before we go any further, I love the way this has stayed civil. This is really extraordinary on Clubhouse, and I thank everyone for engaging in that. And allowing that to happen, I am very appreciative. Now, candidate, with all due respect, if a business is running over the rights of people, but it's got a monopoly and it's in control of its particular market, is that okay with you?
No, I mean, I don't like monopolies. I think they should be busted and we should have more competition in the marketplace, because when there's more competition, you get a better quality product or service that emerges from the marketplace.
I want to go on record as saying I think the president's involvement in crypto is anti-American, and I really think it's cowardly of many Republicans for not standing up for that point. I also want to go on record as saying, Congressman.
And also, Alan, the people that were freaked out that Hunter Biden was running around with that Burisma meetings and shit. I mean, this is that on steroids. This is unbelievable that people are not.
You're 100% right about that.
It is.
Like, if they're not concerned about Trump's crypto dealings, if they were concerned about Hunter Biden stuff, they're not being consistent.
Absolutely right.
Well, welcome to freedom, where people are allowed to engage in business, according to their will, and that is one of the true natures of business. So if his sons are going to start crypto endeavors overseas, and the Saudis or the Chinese are going to give him money, I don't know what to tell you, but this Bitcoin industry is highly unregulated, and there's a lot of, fraud in the Bitcoin industry, as you've witnessed over the years.
I think that's part of the point, but I think the other part of the point is cryptocurrency destabilizes the US dollar, right? And it's being done for, Trump and party is doing it for his own benefit, which is something leaders should do, right? Like Grant got involved in a Ponzi scheme when he was president, right?
The federal government is buying Bitcoin now.
Yes, I realize that. I'm saying I think buying Bitcoin violates, well, let me put this more explicitly. His family is getting wealthy from Bitcoin endeavors, which I believe violates the Emoluments Clause of the Constitution. Now, that took years from his first administration, and it was dealt with during Joe Biden. So it was like, well, he's not president anymore, so we can't do anything about it. But it's certainly a violation of the Emoluments Clause.
Well, I'm not here to badmouth Trump. Darren LaHood, the gentleman I'm running against, has lots of photos with him and Trump and Speaker Johnson. And, he's the one with $12 trillion in corporate donations. I'm the one with $500 in clubhouse contributions. So I'm the grassroots, candidate you're looking for. I put the link in the chat. The link is in my profile. I'm not trying to shamelessly plug my campaign here and waste your time, but I am speaking out against the national debt, against borrowing and spending, and I don't want to kick the can down the road. I want to join Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, Ron Paul, etc., and try to find American Congress people that want to vote no on HR acts and stop the omnibus bills and stop adding trillions of dollars to our national debt.
Canada, do you feel that you've been treated fairly here?
Yeah, 100%. And I thank you, Alan. You're a real gentleman.
Thank you. That's wonderful. I am thrilled with the way this discussion has gone. This was an accident. We probably shouldn't have made fun of your name. I really wasn't sure because I use a speech synthesizer whether it was K or T. And so I'll take the blame for that. We will no longer make fun of your name. And I also appreciate that you said you put your campaign stuff in the chat. I am not going to remove it. I think you've made a fair representation of your position. And I think American citizens, when candidates talk honestly, have a right to make a decision based on that. I don't agree with a lot of your positions, but I am excited about the fact that you will discuss them forthrightly in this context. I didn't have a time limit in mind, but I think there is always a danger when you have a party, and this is a very successful party, that it goes on too long and nobody wants to call it to a close. So I'm going to start moving this to a close, but I'm kind of interested maybe in trying to maintain this Sunday afternoon time. It seems to work for people, and it's not stepping on Gary's room, and people have time for it. So would people be, is there anyone who thinks doing this again next Sunday is a bad idea?
I think it's a good idea. Let's do it.
I think we will do this next Sunday. I thank both Yossi and Scott for their, and also Marshall for their outstanding help in making this happen. I thank the audience for being civil to one another. And on Tuesday night, we will talk about what we can live without. What things does the government do that we can live without? I do think in trying to slowly bring things to a close that I would be thrilled to see candidate John call for Donald Trump to release his tax returns, because I feel like a fool for paying my full share, and I don't believe he pays his full share. I also would like to give candidate John an opportunity to say the name Virginia Dufresne.
Well, Alan, I think if you are a leader and you do believe in transparency, as I do, I would release tax records, medical records, YouTube videos, Instagram posts. I'm all about transparency, and I think if you are a leader and you are transparent, it takes a big burden off of your shoulders, in terms of credibility. So I think your criticisms might be, unfounded, but it's still your opinion, and I respect your opinion, Alan.
Thank you. And Virginia Dufresne, do you want to pass on that?
Sorry, Alan.
It's Dufresne. Okay, Virginia Dufresne, yes.
Yeah, Alan, I mean, I don't know if you're asking for my opinion on that lawsuit, but, I gotta tell you, I think there's a lot of slander, defamation, libel, and warfare against Donald Trump, and I support Donald Trump. I love Donald Trump. My father loves Donald Trump. My sister voted Trump. I voted Trump. My dad voted Trump. We are Trump supporters. I support Trump, even though I may not support his fiscal policy in terms of how to run the economy.
Okay. Daryl, thank you for the correction on the name. When I take that to mean, Congressman, and I will leave your information in the chat, but I take that to mean that you don't care that 14-year-old girls were raped.
I'm sorry, Alan. I just dispute that and cannot agree with what you're saying.
Well, you're not willing to say the name of a woman who committed suicide because she was raped, and she went to work for Trump and was allowed to be trafficked into Epstein's situation, and Mike Johnson and Donald Trump could do something about it, and they don't. So,
well, let me say
back to
something
Shane.
about Epstein and espionage. I think anybody who has come into contact with Epstein should be considered compromised in terms of an espionage perspective. However, in Donald Trump's case, I would say as the president, he gets special clearance for whatever there might be in the Epstein files. And if the truth ever comes out, I just hope that there's justice for the victims. And a lot of people want to do the TDS point at Trump all day long, but you forget about the victims. And Thomas Massey has 9 of them at the footsteps of Congress telling about their stories. So if you want to shed light, look at Thomas Massey. He and Marjorie Taylor Greene are fighting to release the Epstein files. So unfortunately, you may not like Marjorie Taylor Greene or Thomas Massey, but they are the only Republicans trying to shed light on this important issue and get justice for these victims.
I agree that the victims need justice, but we have a president who provably, demonstratively raped 18 women, and we voted for him, who got convicted of 34 felonies, and we still voted for him, and that really, really bothers me. I am actually much more conservative than you may think I am, but I think we should stand for something, and if we can't stand up for our wives and our daughters, then I don't know what kind of a country we have. So, any closing thoughts before we begin to draw this to a close?
I'd like to throw out that, Congressman, you said like, president gets a pass, but he wasn't the president when a lot of these things had happened. So,
Well, I live in the now, you live in the now. Are you going to go to the number one person in the entire government and say, sorry, we're going to have to dethrone you and depose you, you're under arrest? Are you going to do that? Are you going to break the chain of command?
That's one that's hyperbolic, and one thing has nothing to do with the other. I'm simply talking about your comment about giving someone a pass because of this, when what they did, they were not that yet. So, I understand how, people rationalize or want to rationalize things in their head, but that just doesn't make any logical sense.
Well, I can think about 100 people in the government or corporations who I think should be arrested. You want to arrest the President of the United States of America.
So again, you never heard me say that. What I did, and this is the thing, right? This is like this thing about people, you say one thing and people hear something completely different. What I said was, I was responding to your comment about him getting a pass because he's the president, when the things he did, he was not the president yet. I didn't say, I don't get, Alan, you're not gonna like this. I don't care about Donald Trump's taxes. I really just don't care. We're never gonna get them, so I just don't really care that much. I understand it's a hot point for many people, but let's move on from that. What I'm saying to you, Congressman, is that this is a vicious kind of rationality when you say, I forgive this.
It's not fallacious. I live in the now. I'm running for Congress. I'm not living in a lawfare TDS derangement syndrome. I'm trying to liberate America and the people in the 16th district that are being conned by Darren LaHood for 10 years now.
TDS, that stands for Trump Derangement Syndrome, correct?
Correct.
If I go to my psychiatrist and say, I have TDS, will that psychiatrist be able to acknowledge that it's a real syndrome?
No, I think he'll probably laugh and say you're falling to the word game.
And if I go to my insurance company and ask for reimbursement for treatment of TDS, what will they say?
They'll probably say it sounds like you got TDS.
Okay, we acknowledge that this is right.
I'm making a joke. I understand your point.
Okay, you're making a joke, and yet the whole point of this room is that politics is a serious business. And I think it's one thing to joke about something that we can all see as funny, but your use of TDS in this sense is trying to diminish my sense of unbalance when I have a president who raped 18 women, who was convicted of 34 felonies, and is providing terrible leadership. You want to say it's about the here and now. I'm concerned about the future and the precedents that we're setting, and the fact that we're normalizing the federal troops in our capital. We're normalizing the president bowing down to Vladimir Putin. We're normalizing women being raped and not calling it on what it should be called on by the Attorney General. We're normalizing the Attorney General taking over the Capitol and other states. Those are the things I'm worried about.
Well, Alan, let me just respond and try to de-escalate or depolarize the conversation because I think we're probably coming to the end. And I just want to say that, your opinion is your opinion and you're entitled to it, as am I. However, I would just say that I want the government to be a mirror of myself. That means fiscal responsibility, health, vitality, love, wealth, all those things. I want our government to essentially stop borrowing and spending because it's irresponsible and childish. We need to live within our means and stop scamming ourselves and scheming and Ponzi scheming. So that's all I'm saying. And whatever your opinion is, I believe that there's a political element to it where in politics, all of this, these sex allegations and all this lawfare is dirty business, and that's politics. But it's all about who controls the purse strings, who's writing the check. And Trump is presiding over the big, beautiful bill. I'm running against Darren LaHood that supported the bill and was one of the chief architects of the big, beautiful bill. He also voted on the HEROES Act, the CARES Act. These are $4 trillion, $2 trillion at a time. They're printing it up with the Federal Reserve, BlackRock, Blackstone, etc. We have to stop this Ponzi scheme and stop borrowing and stop spending more than we collect. It's just common sense. And I got to tell you, we should read Thomas Paine's Common Sense because we're not running this business like a business. We are running it like a skim operation for the elite and for politically connected people. I'm here to try to put a stop to it.
I think this has been an incredible hour and a half, and I'm not sure what we'll call the room next week. We will not make fun of your name, but I think we will continue the discussion about whether politics is entertainment or is serious business, and we'll find some clever way to do that. Thank you, everyone, for being a part of it. Any closing words from anybody other than John, Scott, and I, or Yasi, do you have any closing words?
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Marshall. Okay. You want to go room, Yasi? Thanks.
What'd you think, Jane? How did I do? How was my performance? How would you rate my performance on that? It's like going into a roast room.
They're seeing what's happening on TikTok. They see what's happening, and the starvation of people. The last time I seen people starving like that, and like bags and bones, it was in the Civil War.
Now, let me give you an example. Imagine war between Israel and Iran, right? It's a both-sided war with two armies, right? So this war gonna have some consequences for the people of both sides. For example, maybe it can cause famine or lack of water inside Iran or lack of electricity or gas. Okay, these are indirect results of the war. Now, what you are seeing
is something that's of value to society. That's a big part